Mystic. Mouse, 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 mystic. Mystic. Mouse, 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 mouse. Mystic. Perfect predictions. Always right, meta intimidated. That his hair is so tight. Perfect beard. Beautiful wife, he's all about that. MMA-Holes life. He is mystic. Mouse, 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 mystic. Mouse, 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 now hit that like. Mystic Moss is about to call some fights, asking crazy questions to champion fighters, eating edibles and pulling all night. Started the genre, started up some drama. If your wife looks at him too long, she'll wanna be his baby mama. Clam to clam, dick to dick. His name is Mystic. Mouse, 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 mystic. Mystic. Mouse, 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 mouse. Mystic. Perfect predictions. Always right, meta intimidated. That his hair is so tight. Perfect beard. Beautiful wife, he's all about that. MMA-Holes life. He is mystic. Now stop what you're doing and hit that like. Mystic Moss is about to call some fights, asking crazy questions to champion fighters, eating edibles and pulling all-nighters. Started a genre, started up some drama. If your wife looks at him too long, she'll wanna be his baby mama. Clam to clam, dick to dick. His name is Mystic. Mouse, 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 mystic. Mystic. Mouse, 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 mouse.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Welcome to Gummy Gang, the second channel. How's everyone doing? It's Thursday night, and hopefully all these WWs
Wonderful, wonderful.
will gummy up. We'll talk about Bryce Mitchell and his crazy comments, and I'll also tell some stories from behind the scenes, peeled back the curtain, and talk to you guys and gals about stuff that you want to hear. And I sound like Bill Clinton. I don't know. I'm congested for some reason. I don't know what's going on here. Excuse me. But I was working on some graphics all freaking day for the Fight Buddies this weekend. And it's a little tricky because those Fight Buddies, I have to do it while I'm live in order to get the stats up on the board and this and that. So I might be a couple of fights late on Saturday, but I got the rest of the graphics up. So I hired a bunch of illegals before they got deported, and they all put the new studio together. So you'll be seeing that on Saturday morning. Oh, Bryce Mitchell. Oh, Bryce Mitchell. You guys hear what he said? You heard what Dana White said? It's everywhere. It's been everywhere all day. Bryce has a podcast, apparently, and we're going to start with that. How's everyone in the chat doing? You know, Bryce, every time he opens his mouth, he says something even more ridiculous. Every single time. It like never fails with the dude. And I know someone personally that's good friends with him. And, you know, says nothing but nice things about Mr. Arkansas. And it's a shame that he just keeps on sticking his foot in his mouth over and over and over again. It's a shame for him. For me, it doesn't really make a difference. I couldn't care less, to be honest with you, what the hell Bryce Mitchell says. Like, it doesn't really change my day. But I understand why the UFC is doing damage control. That kind of makes sense because you got all the people out on the internet screaming and yelling. And, you know, some people, it's a soft subject. That subject is the Holocaust. That's the subject. I'm not laughing at the Holocaust. I'm laughing at the fact that Bryce Mitchell, what he said and how crazy it is. Now, I've gone down the rabbit hole. I've seen people with their conspiracies and talking about, well, maybe it didn't happen. Maybe it wasn't as severe or whatever. But, there's legit evidence of terrible things happening and led by Hitler. And you're not really supposed to say that name. But Bryce Mitchell, him and Hitler are like this. They're two peas in a pod. These two, they just love it. They just love each other. They want to go fishing together. And I'm going to play the clip in a second. D-Rest just gifted 5. D-Rest just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, D-Rest. Appreciate you. That is absolutely, positively. That is what we like to say over here on Gummy Gang. That's the guy.
That's the guy.
Good. He just gifted another 5. Yo, let's go. D-Rest just giving everyone. Everyone gets a... Wow. D-Rest just did back-to-back 5 gifts over there. But it says message retracted. What the hell? He even found a way to retract his what the... Never seen that before. Wait, did he retract? How the hell did he pull that one off? Well, pump the brakes. I don't know if you got membership. I have no idea. I think you guys got memberships. The Clipper. Let's see. The Clipper. Type in the chat. Let me know. That was weird. I've never seen it get retracted like that. Hopefully my voice will come back to me. I don't know. Ozzy Cat. I don't even think Ozzy Cat's home yet. Is Ozzy Cat? What time is... Actually, maybe she is. I don't know what time she flew back to New York. She's back in New York. Well, D-Rest, if you did give those and it went through, I do appreciate that very much. If they didn't go through, well, I don't appreciate it. But thank you, I think. I don't know. He just gifted again. How does this... Wait, he gifted 5 more. Are these actual gifts? Are we... I guess so. What? What? Oh, he just retracted it again. How? If anyone just got a membership, let me know in the chat. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't understand why Kainoto, by the way. How is he able to get a membership on the main channel but not on this channel? Very, very strange. Well, I don't know if you guys got memberships. I have no idea. But if you did gift them, thank you so much, D-Rest. Appreciate that, man. I don't have no idea. How do I know? I couldn't even tell you who got the membership because it's all retracted. So it looks like a bunch of people got memberships, but I don't know. So if you just got a membership today, let me know in the chat. Gummy Gang is cursed sometimes? I guess. I don't know. It's weird. Maybe because we're talking about the Holocaust. Possible. Very, very possible. Well, thank you, I think. D-Rest, you want to confirm? He just writes death, so I have no idea. All right, I have no idea if those actually went through. I have no clue. Let's see. Pale Monkey just gifted 5. Pale Monkey just gifted 5. Okay. Very nice. Thank you, Pal. I didn't see that get retracted, so I don't know what happened. I have no idea. So we know for sure Pales went through. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your support. I appreciate you, Pale Monkey. Very, very much so. We're live on a Thursday night. It's been a minute since we've gummied up. I've been very, very busy. A lot of stuff going on behind the scenes. And I've been pumping out content on the main channel. So go check that stuff out if you missed it. But let's talk about a little Bryce Mitchell. Thank you guys. Seriously, thank you very, very much for the support. I see everyone coming in over here, getting their brand spanking new memberships. Choctaw, when I never even seen that name. But congratulations. You just got gummied up, baby. You just got a little, you got God. The ghost of Adolf is, yeah, maybe it's Adolf Hitler pulling back DRS. I don't know. I never seen that before. That's really strange. Don't know what's happening. So the podcast is called Arkansanity. Arkansanity podcast. And oh boy, sanity. Well, let's just play it.
Hitler, hell and the Nazis. I really don't think that he was, because I honestly think that Hitler was a good guy based upon my own research, not my public education indoctrination.
Oh, I'm going to tell you. Pump the brakes. Lieutenant Dan, I'm going to tell you guys. I'm going to tell you. You can't be coming to Gummy Gangs late. I told you. I'm going to tell you some behind-the-scenes stuff after the Bryce Mitchell situation.
I really do think before Hitler got on meth, he was a guy to go fishing with. He fought for his country. He wanted to purify it by kicking the greedy Jews out that were
can anyone fact check this? Is this true?
Destroying his country and turning them all into gays. They were gaying out the kids. They were queering out the women. They were queering out the dudes. They were, you know what her first tranny surgery ever was? Happened to be in Germany before Hitler took over. You know the book.
Is it true? The first tranny surgery was in Germany?
That everybody makes fun of Hitler burning. You know what the books was? Queer books. Hitler burned queer books.
I think you read that book. Trust me, bro.
Hitler didn't want a bunch of queers destroying his nation. They can't produce children.
But what about?
So this is incredibly embarrassing because Bryce Mitchell was running around the inauguration, hugging everybody, praying with everybody. And a week later, he's on his podcast doing this shit. So whoever invited Bryce Mitchell to the White House, to the inauguration, I'm sure is not going to be happy about this. Do I think Dana White cares? No. I don't think Dana White cares about what anyone says or thinks. I truly believe that. But when you run a massive company like the UFC, well, you got to make a statement and you got to read the stats, the World War II stats. But let's play it again in case you're just jumping in.
Hitler, hell and the Nazis. I really don't think that he was, because I honestly
So first off, we're going to break this down. Do you guys think, yes or no, was Hitler a Nazi? Let me know in the chat. I haven't been in school in a long time. Maybe I must have missed this part. Wasn't a Nazi. Let me know. No, he wasn't a Nazi. Yes, he was. Yes, he was. Okay, so it's 2-1 so far. Close. 3-1. So you're saying yes, he was a Nazi. So, okay. Kathy says yes. Okay. He wasn't a Nazi, says PC. So should I put a poll? Hold on. Hold on, guys. Was Hitler... I'm definitely getting fucked up on this channel. This is definitely going to do me in. A Nazi? I don't think... Okay, fingers crossed. Hey, okay. All right, vote away quick. I can't leave it up too long. I'll give you my opinion in a sec. But we got to get to the bottom of this. Was Hitler a Nazi? Let me know in the chat. Do you think he was misunderstood? Maybe he wasn't.
Hitler, hell and the Nazis. I really don't think that he was, because I honestly think that Hitler...
All right, so far, 67% say yes and 33% say no. We're starting off with 30 people in the chat. So if we can get everyone to vote, please, because we do have to get to the bottom of this. This is a very serious topic. And then after we break this down, we're going to listen to Dana White address this. There was a power slap today. I had no idea. The only reason why I knew about Power Slap is because of this. I had no fucking clue there was a Power Slap. And then I saw Jamie threw in the DMs as well. Everyone's going crazy about this topic. Big topic. Go follow the Arc Insanity podcast. Is this podcast even still up? That's another question. Is it even up? So we got a donation. The first. Wonderful Kainoto. Thank you.
He's a zany guy and has said a lot of stupid shit, but there's no coming back from this. This level of stupid should be kept behind closed doors the way I do it. I mean the way some people do it. There's levels to being salacious. He fucked up.
Bryce Mitchell. You know what's funny? What Bryce, and thank you so much for the $2. And thank you guys. Thank you for the gifts as well. I appreciate it. Bryce Mitchell is like, you know when you go on X and you see the account? I'll give you an example. Actually, with the one on the ACD MMA. Do you think that's their real picture? No, it's Francis Ngannou, right? That's ACD MMA. It's like these fucking weirdos. They just put pictures of UFC fighters. And then they just post shit and have all of the fun in the world. Bryce Mitchell didn't get the memo that these people are putting fake pictures out there and then saying stupid things. Bryce Mitchell is the stupid face. He doesn't need he just puts his own fighter face out there and says stupid things. Like, you're supposed to say stupid things with another fighter's avatar. So if Bryce Mitchell had a mask on of John Jones or some shit like that, then it would make sense. But he's actually using his own fighter face. It's very interesting because like you go on X and you go down MMA Twitter, it's just a bunch of fighter avatars, but those aren't really the fighters. It's just people saying stupid things with fighter faces. But Bryce, he's like, nope, not me. I'm going to use my own fighter face. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
D-Rex.
Come on, get loud, MMA-Holes in the crowd.
Get loud.
Come on, get loud, MMA-Holes in the crowd.
Yeah. Got
MMA-Holes in the crowd. MMA-Holes in the crowd.
Feels good.
MMA-Holes in the crowd.
Thank you.
Adolf is a scapegoat.
He's a scapegoat. Okay, thank you. I don't know, is that it's R arrest or D? Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you. This is a topic I could not do on the main channel, so we're gonna have a nice intimate group tonight. Talk about Bryce Mitchell. I'm gonna peel back the layers and tell you about my experience with Brendan Schaub. I'll even tell you a little behind the scenes with Ben Rothwell. How many people in the chat saw that interview? If you didn't, you better watch it. You better watch it. Watch everything I do. But thank you, D-Rest. Thank you. Okay, so far the poll says 73% say that Hitler was not, was a Nazi. Okay. Okay, we can take that out of there. Okay. So that's confirmed. And the chat would never lie.
Was a good guy based upon my own research, not my public education indoctrination. I really do think before Hitler got on meth, he was a guy to go fishing with.
Okay. Now, he did do meth. That's true. I think we could all agree on that. But would you go fishing with Hitler? Okay, let's ask that question next. Okay. All right. We're going to put a poll in the chat. It's the greatest second channel of all time, Gummy Gang. Would you go fishing with Hitler? Let's just try to get this thing demonetized. Would you go fishing with Hitler? Okay. That's in the chat. Now, please vote quickly and swiftly because there's many polls coming tonight. Many polls. Many polls coming your way. Would you go fishing with Hitler?
He fought for his country. He wanted to purify it by kicking the greedy Jews out.
He wanted to purify it by kicking the greedy Jews out. Oh my God, dude. My God. And look at the other guy's face. Does the other guy sign off on this? Like, you see, look at this guy's face. After he says that, hold on, let's rewind it a little bit. He wanted to kick the greedy Jews out.
By kicking the greedy Jews out that were...
Guy doesn't even make a... I would have been like... I mean, you see me do my interviews, right? You see, I'd stop it, and I would be like, well, okay. Okay, hold up. Now, I'm going to reach out to my buddy that knows Bryce. I don't think I'm going to be able to get him on now because I would imagine whoever Bryce's handlers are trying to do severe damage control because that line's kind of insane. You just can't be saying that unless you have a Francis Ngannou avatar. And you're not Francis Ngannou. You know what I'm saying?
Wonderful, wonderful.
Can't be doing that. You just can't.
Bryce just went on X and said people are overreacting to the plane and chopper crash. He said two CERN DRS were looking for the immortality particle by colliding two aircraft into each other. IT was in the name of science. Plus the DRS were fishermen. Relax.
Yeah, my parents were flying today, and that story dropped, and that's a horrific story. So is there any truth, or is Thank you, Kainoto. Are you trolling, or is there any truth to that? Let's go to Bryce Mitchell's. I would imagine he did not say that. No, he did not say that. He did not say that. How dare you? I don't think, at least. Fucking bastard. Dare you. Thank you. It's Ben Rothwell. Thank you very much. That was a planned event? Wait, what? The helicopter? Wait, hold on. Wait, Vince, do you think the helicopter and the plane thing was planned? I didn't even take an edible yet, but did I read that correctly?
For destroying his country and turning them all in the gays.
The crash, no doubt, was planned? Why? I didn't really go down the rabbit hole. Vince, what the fuck? Oh my God. I tell you, the internet's it's like melting our brains. We think everything's a conspiracy now. Reality has been warped to the point where you got like lunatics like this guy starting to believe all this shit. Oh my goodness. What, Vince, you got to tell me more about this. You can't just throw that out there and be like, "Yeah, it's planned." You got to give me some facts on this. Planned? Why? Why would they do that? A manless black ops helicopter. Wait. It's so vague. You got to give me some facts. DM me facts or put it on Discord where you got these facts from. I mean, there's like innocent people dead. It's fucking nuts. You're the one who took the jab. My blood is pure. Oh my God, dude. Oh, fucking hell. You know why I took the jab? Because crazies threw me in the wrong direction. You know what I'm saying? I would have been unbiased if everyone was screaming about flat earth and all this shit. And conspiracy. Everywhere I turn, there's a conspiracy. I can't fucking believe anyone. Because everyone's got a fucking conspiracy. Sometimes the boy who cried wolf is right. You know? Come on, Vince. I like Vince. Vince is all right. But, oh, fucking hell, dude. So where's the facts on this? That this plane... This is the first I hear about this. Now, listen. Anything is possible. But there's innocent people fucking dead. There's people died. And to just throw a fucking crazy conspiracy out there is just nuts, man. Is it from Trust Me, Bro?
They were gaying out the kids.
Oh my God, I didn't think we were going to go here. Shit. Fuck. Does anyone agree with Bryce? Moss is turning woke on us? Yes. Yes, I am turning very woke. What the hell's happening?
They were queering out the women. They were queering out the dudes. They were, you know what her first tranny surgery ever was?
I'm still like, my head's still spinning from the other comment.
Happened to be in Germany before Hitler took over. You know the books that everybody makes fun of Hitler burning? You know what the books was? Queer books.
Is there truth? Is there any truth to that? Was Hitler burning books because they were queer books? Can someone... Now, where the hell did he get that one from? My bro-in-law is in really bad shape in ER now for what? Was he in? What happened to him? Is it true? Is it queer? Did Hitler burn the books because they were queer books? Someone please confirm this. I hate to completely throw him under the bus for that if it's true. I'm not gonna. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna fucking fillet you. It's just, I was just like out of left field. I didn't hear that conspiracy yet, but I'm not surprised. You know, it's just like, you know, when people die, you know what it is. I'm like, seeing like 9/11 firsthand. I have like PTSD, like knowing people are dead, and then you know the melting of and this plane hit in that, and everything was calculated and all this stuff. And I'm like, fucking hell, dude. All I could think about is the tragedy. Like, that's all I could think about. You know? A lot of people screaming and yelling about all that shit. So every time I hear about people dying, and then all of a sudden the conspiracy follows, I immediately abort. Because I'm like, fuck. Can we talk about the fucking people that died? Let the professionals try to handle this shit. And if the truth comes out, the truth comes out. If not, I mean, the truth inevitably does come out. Maybe not in our lifetime. But eventually there'll be, you know, a Netflix documentary, you know. We won't be alive for it, but there'll be some. Eventually it'll come out. You know, so I don't like to poke, lift. Sometimes when you start digging in places where you shouldn't, you find out things you don't want to know, you know. But anyway, back to this knucklehead. So do I have to put a poll in about this why Hitler burnt the books? Because I just learned this today.
Tranny surgery ever was? Happened to be in Germany before Hitler took over. You know the books that everybody makes fun of Hitler burning? You know what the books was? Queer books. Hitler burned queer books because Hitler didn't want a bunch of queers destroying his nation. They can't produce children.
So, queer Jews?
But what about...
I want to hear the rest of this. Where can I find... Does anyone have the full podcast? Did they pull it down? Well, here's Dana White addressing this. Now, it is insane, man. Bryce Mitchell is certified crazy. And when you combine freedom of speech with the internet, which is a beautiful thing, we get to do what we do because of freedom of speech. And we have this glorious internet where we just pull information and commentate on it, break it down and all that stuff. So I love it. I love all this shit. But should retards not be allowed to use it? Should it be freedom of speech except should there be like an asterisk or something? Does everyone need freedom of speech? Maybe we should have like a test, like a freedom of speech test or something? Because there will be people that do back Bryce, you know, and just say, yeah, I think he's right, you know, like, and then start this whole thing. Like, what? Well, here's Dana White. I don't give a fuck what Bryce Mitchell says. It doesn't change anything. Like I said, he could say whatever the hell he wants. I think it's funny, but there are probably knuckleheads out there that are crying and screaming and yelling. And I'll show you what ARIEL posted, because he's like, when you think a Jewish victim, ARIEL Hawani's like, me, hello, choose me.
Not a fun topic to talk about, the Bryce stuff. I think that's a great statement that you just gave. Does Bryce Mitchell face a punishment from the UFC for saying what he said?
That's what everybody wants to hear about punishments. Free speech. I don't have to love it. You don't have to love it. You know.
I agree with that, the free speech sentiment. Is there a concern, though?
It's so funny, like, and the reporter, this is why I don't quite consider myself media. Even though I'll do interviews and I've done press before. I've sat on Media Row a bunch of times. But I still don't consider myself media because I don't feel obligated to have to ask questions like that I don't really give a shit about. Like this guy, the Oscar that's asking the question, do you think he really wants to know the answer? Or is he just fishing for that clickbait type shit? And there's just ways to do it. I don't know. It's like picking on a retard, you know? Like,
not a fun topic to talk about, the Bryce stuff. I think that's a great statement that you just gave. Does Bryce Mitchell face a punishment from the UFC?
Yeah, punish him for saying something stupid. I mean, does he? Does it hurt people? I mean, I'm sure it's insulting to people that are family members of the tragedy and all that shit. But who is it really hurting? You block him, right? You go on your social media, you block him. If he's fighting, you don't watch the fight. Solved. Now, you are going to have people out there because they're going to say, well, Bryce Mitchell's using the UFC's platform to spread this word of, some say, hate. I mean, it is kind of hate speech if you think about it. And hate speech is something that is blocked on social medias and stuff like that. Even though we do have this newfound freedom of speech thing that's going on, there hates you still can't be spreading hate. And technically, I mean, I guess if you want to dissect it, you could say he's being hateful, but just block him. I don't know, mute him, right? I mean,
wonderful.
Ignore him, I guess. I don't know.
Hear me out. Nazis had this propaganda cartoon portraying Jews as locusts. Showed them swarming to the jewelry district and leaving it barren, swarming banks, swarming Hollywood, politics and legal system. He was so wrong. Lol.
Okay. Can you send me these pictures? I mean, I'm sure they're probably out there. I would like to see these pictures too. I want to see them because I'm sure they're there. They're probably hilarious to look at. I mean, it's in the past, right? I mean, we can laugh at it now, right? Time has passed, not too soon anymore. Can I see those? Can you throw them in the Discord if you get your hands on those things? We'll break them down here on Gummy Gang. By the way, I love the Jews. They're fantastic. If it wasn't for the Jews, we'd have no lawyers. You know, they're very smart and big noses. Their women are beautiful. Got a lot of money.
For saying
that's what everybody wants to hear about punishments. Free speech. I don't have to love it.
Is the podcast still up, really? Damn, that's bulls. So free speech, I don't have to love it, says Dana White, right?
I don't have to love it, you know.
So what happened to Kainota's brother-in-law? What happened? I haven't slept in 3 days. What happened? Dude, what happened to your brother? Did you explain it? Brock. I went from one section where he's talking about his brother-in-law, he hasn't slept, and then don't diss Brock Lesnar. That's why you got to love Kainoto, man. He's fantastic. Ever walked into a jewelry district? The back. I'll never forget this. This is not Pile on Jew Day. It's not that, right? But I'll never forget when I was a delivery guy. My route had a Jewish school on the route, and they were the biggest fucking assholes. Like the whole neighborhood was well, let me say this: not all Jews are assholes, but the Hasidic Jews are horrific people. Majority of them are just complete. The men are just jerk offs with those fucking big curls coming down the side of their face. Not the nicest people. They would be banging on my truck. Get out of the way if I was double parked. It's like, bro, dude, I'm delivering a package. I'll be down in 2 seconds. They'd be screaming at the women, treating the women like shit. The little kids in the school, the black people, the staff there, the janitors, they're like calling them the N-word. The kids, I'm like, what? They're like shitting on the janitors and pick this up. Like they would drop something, clean it up. And I'd be like at the loading dock looking at these little kids. Like, what? It was crazy, man. Madness. Just little shitheads. And, when you have your father that's a complete asshole, how do the kids know any better? That's how they're raised. Treat women like shit. Treat other races like shit. It's all about the Jews, right? So I could understand how, people find a specific demographic if they're in the mix of something and then they're just like, oh, fuck those people. I get it. But if you're fighting under a massive promotion or something, you're working for someone else. You can't just be running around saying crazy shit. You can't. Even if you have some sort of racist thing between your ears, you can't be doing that. You just can't. You just can't be throwing this shit out there because you have a platform. It's going to burn you. Now, if you're a lunatic and you don't have to answer to anyone, well, have a blast. Do whatever makes you feel great, Abby Martin has a great interview years ago talking to them, exposing their frame of mind. Who are we talking about? The Nazi? Wait, this is their programming in Israel and the books they ascribe to. Wait, what are we talking about? Toby, what's going on there? Fishing with Hitler is like having Bill Cosby as your wingman. It's true. Grew up with 2 Jewish girls. They are completely normal. Yeah, the women are great, and they're beautiful. The Jewish women are beautiful. All the women that worked at the school, very, very nice. And majority of Jewish people are very, very nice. Very, very nice people. But, you know, specific groups in every race or religion or whatever, fuck everything up, you know. I have had nothing but bad experiences with Hasidic Jews. Just nasty human beings. But Bryce Mitchell's not saying, you know, he's just generalizing a whole group of people. And then he's talking about a tragedy and saying, well, you know, it's justified. Dude, it's crazy, man. The conspiracy that has been thrown out there in every sort of terrible situation. Every tragedy has a conspiracy. Or if you go on social media and something horrible happens, like a kid dies or something, gets murdered, someone just crowbars their political agenda in there and just says, you know, fuck the kid that died. Let me talk about this. It's because this happened. It's because of that president or whatever. You know, it's like people just look past the dead. They just step over the dead just to prove their point. People go on X and post dead children and say, you know, it's because of this president and that president. I find that repulsive, man. Human beings out there that just use people dying to prove a point and push their political agenda or push their religious, you know, it's just nuts, man. It's crazy. Now, a good inappropriate joke is fantastic. If you're going to goof around and say something inappropriate, sure, why not? But Bryce's not joking. He's not kidding. He should just, what Bryce should say, I was just fucking around. You know? He should go, I love the Jews. You could solve everything there, right? That's what Bryce got to do. If I'm Bryce, I'm like, all right, Bryce, let's pretend this whole stupid act, even though you are pretty dumb, let's just pretend, you know, the fruit trees and all that stuff, that was all an act. But I don't know, put a yarmulke on. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with that, the free speech sentiment. Is there a concern, though, right, if he goes out and wins a fight and gets a mic?
Well, that's the beautiful thing about this business. For all of you that hate Bryce Mitchell, you get to see him hopefully get his ass whooped on global television. I mean, that's...
all the Jews would be like, go other guy. See all the Jews gathering around the TV. Kill...
what do you want me to say about it? You know where I am with free speech? We're disgusted by it. I think he's...
You know how I am about free speech? We're disgusted by it. What? Is that what he said?
You know where I am with free speech? We're disgusted by it.
Yeah, no one likes free speech.
I think he's probably one of the dumbest, literally one of the dumbest human beings. Let's not forget.
But you guys invited the dumbest human being to the inauguration. Who invited him? Who invited Bryce to the inauguration? Why would you let the dumbest human being walking the planet into that room? I don't understand. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Who was the person that fucked that up? Because he was walking around. He was taking pictures with everybody. The heat is blasting right now, right in my face. I don't know why the heat is on so high. It's very, very hot. Oh, she's in the shower, making it more hot in here. Very, very hot. Let me show you some pictures of Bryce Mitchell. He's not smart. I mean, he's a doofy guy and dopey guy, and he gets hit in the head a lot. In fairness to him, you know, he's got enough going on in his brain, and you have him under contract to get hit in the head repetitively. He got viciously knocked out not too long ago. You know, it takes a lot of unnecessary shots. Okay, here we go. There he is. The man of God and anti-Jews. Arkansas. So they're really pushing this podcast, huh? What's this?
Goes down for any amount of time. Like, it's freezing out
You
right
might
now.
die.
It's freezing here in Arkansas. It's under, like, it's like 20 degrees outside. It is.
Anyone from Arkansas in the chat? I've never been to Arkansas, but I've seen some content creators online from Arkansas, and they're fucking nuts. They're crazy. Any people from Arkansas? Let me know. I want to know more. I want to learn more.
Frigid cold.
Get a wood stove, dude.
Dude. Get a wood stove, dude. Where's the pictures of him at the inauguration? Here? Dude. Is that his wife? Not bad. Good for you, Bryce. Good for you. Here's him with Conor McGregor. Inauguration. Saying a prayer with Conor McGregor. Inauguration. Conor McGregor giving him a little advice. Hey, I don't like the Jews either. Him and John Jones. Mike Tyson. Whatever the hell that thing. There's him, his kid. Cute picture. Oh, got the MAGA hat on. There you go. There's Bryce Mitchell. They let him in. Dana White says this guy is the dumbest guy. Come to the inauguration. Dopey. So dumb. I don't understand. Like, the reporter, should have said, okay, well, who invited him to the inauguration if he's that stupid? Why would you let him get that close to the fucking president? Does that make any sense?
Want me to say about it? You know where I am with free speech? We're disgusted by it. I think he's probably one of the dumbest, literally one of the dumbest human beings. Let's not forget that this is a guy who took a drill through his nutsack, then had to reverse it and put the drill back out of his. That's
what would you do, Dana White, if the drill goes into your nutsack? We're gonna leave it there? Of course you reverse it. What do you mean? Like, what are you talking about, Dana? If a drill went into my nutsack, of course I'd reverse it. I wouldn't keep that drill in my nutsack. I don't know. I'm kind of with Bryce on this.
That's the level of.
By the way, the poll has it. 49% would not go fishing with Hitler. 51% would go fishing. We got a nail biter. Think about the stories. You don't have to be friends with Hitler. You just catch a couple of fish. You get all those crazy stories. But then again, Hitler might throw you in there, Might throw. Anyway. You can we'll leave that in the chat. See how this plays out.
Stupid that we're talking about here. And I could probably go on for 10 minutes talking about how dumb Bryce Mitchell is. But guess what? Bryce Mitchell has a podcast.
I believe this was episode 1.
What a way.
Bryce Mitchell has a podcast. Huck Tua had a podcast, Dana. Everyone has a podcast. I have a podcast. It's really a show.
To start. But that's the world that we live in now. Dumb people who are really stupid.
True, I am stupid.
And really ignorant can have a voice.
It is true. I'm not the brightest bulb, and somehow I have a voice. Somehow people say yes to come on my show. People listen to my dopey commentary. He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Dumb people who are really stupid and really ignorant.
Well, dumb people also invited him to the inauguration. I don't understand. He's trying to hammer home. Like, what? The first thing that jumped into my head was, well, Dana, then who the hell invited him to the fucking inauguration? Like, if he's that stupid, right? I'm assuming you had a part of that, right? I would imagine. What do you mean, Bryce Mitchell has other I'm assuming Dana White is the one that got him in there. Or his people. So how wouldn't the follow-up question? If you're gonna open this door, you gotta keep that door open. We're in the room. Please don't compare your podcast with anything Bryce Mitchell is doing again. All right. I won't talk about the fruit trees. I'm getting yelled at. I'm being too loud. I got to be lower. Okay. I know. I see. I got to keep my Bryce Mitchell impersonation. I got to soundproof this room. It's getting stupid now. I got a little kid that's just not going to sleep. I'm being too loud. And I'm getting yelled at every night. I need to do something about this. Why would it matter if he was at the inauguration? He's dumb and home too. Yes. My point, I don't know. Do I have to explain this, or you don't understand my point? Do I have to explain this to you? Do you really want me to explain this to you? Like, what? You don't know where I'm going with it, do you? Paint for life? What are you painting these days? Do I have to really explain? I literally just told you, and now you want me to explain the fact? Let me know. If you didn't understand it the first fucking 7 times.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Unfucking believable. I just read that Bryce Mitchell is now sponsored by Traeger grills and also DiGiorno brick oven pizza. Most it's time the power of the M-holes call for a boycott.
Should we boycott Bryce? Is anyone doing that? Is anyone? Because I did see online people getting pissed. People are pretty pissed off. I would still interview him. I have no problem with interviewing him. I don't agree with what he said, but I'm not going to freak. I think it'd be a fantastic interview. And in fact, maybe even tomorrow I'll reach out. Get him on. I mean, now's the time, right? You know, some people in the chat agree with Bryce. In fairness, they will never show their face in public, but you're allowed to say you have freedom of speech, whether it's in the chat, you know, doesn't matter. A lot of people are really supporting what he said. Really? Like actual, wait. Okay. Can you send me a clip of someone supporting Bryce Mitchell? I'm not going to say, oh, don't screenshot some fucking knucklehead with Johnny Walker's face as an avatar. Like did an actual like person like that's out there in public, can you send me someone that's backing Bryce? I haven't seen one actual human being backing him. Now, me personally, like I said before, I don't even give a shit, to be honest. It doesn't change my day in any way. I think it's stupid, but I'm not going to like completely say, oh, he should be fired and this and that. Like I couldn't care less. I just think he's an idiot, you know? Like we always knew he was an idiot, you know? Wait, the Hodge twins? What do they say? Can you send me a clip? We got it on Discord. Discord, let me know if it's in there and I'll play it. I mean, the Hodge twins, they're pretty funny. I will say that. They've said some pretty funny shit, but I would like to hear them. They only support him in the comments, but Joe Rogan said similar things as Bryce and got a big pass. Oh, but yeah, Bryce is just he's not all there. That's why I would never say, oh my God, cancel this guy. Now it is a little concerning that people are listening to him and probably believing him. You know, people are very gullible. People like to worship a lot of these athletes out there. I had a weird conversation. I went on a Twitter space. Guru was on there. I had the most awkward interaction with him. I mean, I'll save that. Dude, that Twitter space shit is weird, and Guru is fucking weird too. Like, I've DM'd him back and forth. Very nice guy, but he's so socially awkward. So I was just like, all right, man, this is like this. I had to get the fuck out of there. I was like, this is really strange. Maybe it was the environment. I don't know. But anyway, I get sidetracked for a second. Maybe I'll talk about that with the Schaub stuff. You can disagree with his endorsement of Hitler, but the fact he is tossed out. Wait, the facts he tossed out were right. Wait, what? Wait, what? The facts that he tossed out were right? Wait, what facts are you talking about? About the fucking what? Oh my God. What's happening here? He said a lot of facts. I need to know these facts that you're talking about. And I like the fact, and listen, I'm just trying to understand here. I'm not going to roast you. I wasn't there on the Holocaust. I wasn't there when the Jews were burning, when the gay Jews were burning. But I gotta see these facts, please. Institute of Sexology was one of the first buildings they burned down. The Institute of Sexology was one of the first buildings they burned down. Can you send me this information? I need this information. You got to send me this shit. We have a Discord. You could send it there. There's a lot of channels like that, and they're like, well, hold on. They're like, Will, I used to be a Democrat, but now I support Republican just so I can make all this money off of Donald Trump. The fuck are you talking about? That sounds like a whole different conversation. Like Zuck, are you talking about?
Wonderful, wonderful.
Oh boy, you guys are fired up. I like it. Kainoto.
Oh my God, it never ends. Mos, I just read that a German smartphone maker is now sponsoring Bryce. Their smartphone keeps track of blood pressure, sleep, and also has a goose step tracker. Wow. Just wow.
Oh my God, dude. That's crazy. I can't even believe that. Hey, good for him getting that sponsorship, though, right? I see things are looking up and up for Bryce. He's not losing his job. He just got a sponsorship. Oh, Jesse left the freaking. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. You know, speaking of Nazis, I'm like the light Nazi. I like to take out all the lights that are left on when people leave rooms. Everyone just leaves lights and fans and everything's on. I'm like, no one's in the room. Let's just turn it all off. You know? But that's my dad. My dad drilled that shit into my head. I can't leave. Everything's got. I look in this. Every room that I leave, I look around. I'm like, there can't be anything on. Don't waste any energy. Don't waste any money. That's how I am. Very Jewy, I guess. So I'm following the family around, turning things off all fucking day. It's crazy. Anyway, back to Dana.
Can have a voice. We don't have to agree with it. We don't have to like it. I'm giving you mine and the UFC's position on what he had to say. You know, and this is no different than things that I've said about Strickland, you know. But I will say this. Out of all the dumb, ignorant shit I've heard in my life, this has to be the dumbest and most ignorant.
But people in my chat say it's real, Dana. Okay. I mean, people in my chat say that he's telling the truth. Are you calling my chat dumb and ignorant? Because I might have to stand up for my chat room. I mean, they're here supporting me, and I take offense to this. Because they think that you are being a little rude to a man just telling the facts.
Position on what he had to say, you know, and this is no different than things that I've said about Strickland, you know. But I will say this: out of all the dumb, ignorant shit I've heard in my life, this has to be the dumbest and most ignorant. I'm with Dana on this, but Dana's kind of forced to say this. Like, if Dana wasn't the head of the UFC, Dana wouldn't give a shit. Kind of like me, wouldn't give a crap about this. But, you know, he's got ties, political ties. He's running the UFC. Bryce running around, rubbing elbows with all the elite. Got to say something now, Dana. You got to do a little damage control, right?
Wonderful, wonderful.
Damn it, I wish I was just kidding, but Bryce just got another sponsor. This upstart Jewish company that makes unbreakable piggy banks has just signed on to sponsor Bryce. This joke makes no sense. Why would Jews want to sponsor him? Just tragic all around.
That's an odd one. Well, but thank you for sharing that. I bet not many people knew about that. Thank you, Kainoto. Appreciate that.
Last thing from me on this.
I tell you what, Kainoto is like the unsung hero of the stream tonight. We're just learning so much. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You spoke to Bryce about it and said, this is disgusting. Did he have any sort of like, oh, I was just talking, or did he walk it back at all?
His thing was, I'm sorry if I put you guys in any position. And
I like how he does the accent too. Sorry if I, like, he just goes into it, Bryce Mitchell.
You know,
back at all.
his thing was
my fruit trees, flat earth.
His thing was, I'm sorry if I put you guys in any position, and you know.
But not sorry for saying.
He's stupid. He's dumb. You can't fix dumb people. You know what I mean? When you have somebody.
I tell you what, Dana really has a way with words. He's stupid. He's dumb. It's so well said. I mean, at least he gets right to the point, right? It's stupid. He's stupid. And he's dumb. And I hired him. He's stupid. He's dumb. I hired him. I may have invited him to the inauguration as well. Why? Who knows? He's really dumb. I try to keep that pesky Bible out of the fucking octagon. Somehow he just keeps bringing it back in there. Very dumb.
That's really, really stupid, and that's who we're talking about here.
If he is really that stupid, though, and then you're not going to fire him, like, what does that say about the company? You know what I'm saying? Like, You got a guy taking repetitive damage to the head, and then the boss is saying how dumb this human being is. Like, clearly, you should not be taking any fucking more shots to the head. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at him. Here he is. He's fucking, hey, go to sleep. Go to, just fucking convulsing on the floor. It kind of, the whole thing doesn't make any sense.
What do you do?
I don't know. What do you do, Dana? You're not going to fire him, so we move on, I guess. I'm not saying to fire him, but I don't understand. Like, I don't understand how you could have someone that's so fucking the dumbest person walking the planet, from what you're saying. He's working for you. You have the dumbest person on the planet working for you. And you made it very clear how dumb you think this person is. So wouldn't that be reason to fire this person? Like, right? I mean, I'm not saying to fire him. But I mean, it's just contradicting what you're saying here. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Why say this guy is so dumb and throw your employee under the bus and then keep him on your payroll? Strange. That look like what's a Gideon Bible stolen from the Motel 6? So if you look at ARIEL, Helwani. If you look at his thing here, he touches on it a little bit. I tell you what, this whole uncrowned thing is so gay. Like this dude, I don't want to see this fucking vulture ass looking motherfucker anymore. Like this dude, like, I get it, bro. You look like the vulture. You look like a Spider-Man villain. Like, I don't want to, I'm so sick of whatever this guy's name is. I don't want to see this dude. I don't want to see a New York Rick. That guy looks very malnourished and bags under his eyes and all this fucking weirdos. Like, I don't want to see any of that shit. Don't YouTube, don't recommend that shit to me. I'm purposely not watching any of that shit for a reason. I need to watch something, right? Like, I try to catch quick clips on X so I have some content here and there. But Jesus Christ, I am so sick of everyone under the Helwani umbrella. I'm like, I don't even watch ARIEL's interviews anymore. We don't have to. There's so many ways you can find your favorite fighters talking about shit. Like, you don't need to listen to Helwani. People are clipping shit that Helwani said with that guy said to Helwani Owen on about GFL. I did that shit already. People clip it. Clip my shit, bro. Way better. We talk about dick size and stuff. You know, we talk about cocks and Joe Rogan sucking your cock and shit like that. Like, that's what I want. I don't want no fucking weird nasally Jew. Oh, shit, now I'm sounding like Bryce. Shit.
Wonderful, wonderful.
I'll take that back.
This time in serious, Bryce just got sponsored by this German company called I Can Hear You. They make really good stud finders. They can track the ones that hide really well behind walls and under floorboards. Just unbelievable. Okay, I'll stop. Bryce.
Oh my God. You know, one of my favorite movies ever is when the Jews got revenge, called Inglourious Bastards. It's a phenomenal movie. It's like easily my top 3 Quentin Tarantino movies. Now, he hasn't really made many if you think about it, but still, top 3. Inglourious Bastards is so good, and most of its subtitles. It's a phenomenal movie. The Jew Hunter and all that stuff. I've watched that movie so many times. I think it's great. It's a great, great movie. Go Jews! So this guy, A. Feldman, I guess Super Jew, I don't know. Being the type of person, oh, here we go. He puts this clip up.
Like I said, I believe, contrary to popular belief, I'm a very rational person when it comes to stuff like this. And
Buongiorno. Yeah, dude. Brad Pitt knocked it out of the park. Great movie.
Being, the type of person myself that will say what I want to say, when I want to say it. There's limits. There's limits to what you can say and what you can't.
Everyone's on this witch hunt for Dana. It's like, bro, you cover the sport. You know what I'm saying? Bash him here and there, whatever. But it's the same media members. They're on this witch hunt. And what's going to happen when you take Big Bad Dana down and the UFC falls apart? Then what the fuck you going to do? What are you going to cover? You know? And this, you could see this Feldman guy is just going off. Like finding old clips and trying to pin Dana. There's a whole bunch of Bryce content here. Wow, look at this rabbit hole. Hold on a second. It's like these guys. They make me want to root for the bad guy. Since Bryce Mitchell is referring to his own research, this video seems like a fitting example of how his brain operates. So now this guy is I mean, dude, you don't need to post these videos. We know he's a fucking idiot. We know this.
I'm just filling it up with
Not one person walking this planet. Well, I mean, I'll take that back. I'm sure there's a lot of people walking this planet that think he's a very intelligent guy. Unfortunately, there's a lot of Bryce Mitchells out there. But a normal, functional human being will not say that Bryce Mitchell is of sane mind.
bags of ice, old school style, you know. This stuff's great for recovery.
Well, this thing's leaking, Bryce.
Where from?
The hole.
Oh, no shit. Yeah, we need some socks.
Yeah, get
Don't
some
worry, I know some engineering.
What? Just little socks?
I mean, that's all it took right there. Oh, shit.
Didn't work.
I think you're good.
Oh, Jesus. Like, that's the video you're going to use? There's a lot of dumber things that Bryce has done. Leave the man alone. A new Bryce Mitchell edit. Like, this guy's going off, and this is that video about Dana.
Contrary to popular belief, I'm a very rational person when it comes to stuff like this. And, you know, being...
He's been licking those lips forever.
You know, the type of person myself that will say what I want to say, you know, when I want to say it. There's limits. There's limits to what you can say and what you can't say. And there's a time when you cross the line.
Yes.
And Miguel Torres definitely crossed the line. It's just not something you tweet or you know. If that's your sense of humor, keep it at home around you and your buddies and keep it to yourself. It's not something that you put out on Twitter. And there's no explanation for it. There's no, I can't make any sense of it. And just...
People change. People change. Dana White was growing a business. It was already somewhat successful then, but still, he was growing a business. And even now, he's got to do some damage control. He's a used car salesman. He's a fucking promoter, you dummies. He's going to contradict himself. He's going to say stupid shit. He's going to say one thing one day, and within the next day, maybe even the next hour, Dana White's going to say something completely different because he's a fucking promoter. Feldman. Like, what are you trying to prove? We all know this. Dana White contradicts himself constantly. You're not supposed to take everything he says and be like, oh, yeah, that's fact.
Enough is enough. I mean, if this doesn't, at least when you're getting ready to Twitter or you're getting ready to say something.
I mean, when you're getting ready to Twitter.
Think about what you're going to say. Think about what you're going to tweet and use a little common sense.
Miguel Torres in the past had any other kind of
remember when these two used to be best friends?
offense. So this was one strike, you're out.
Yeah. He's never done anything. You know, he's a good guy. He's not a bad guy in any way, shape, or form. He's been a great fighter, a great champion.
So ever since they got rid of him, was it Torres? They've been a little leaner and letting people, you know what, fuck it. What are we going to do? Just start firing everyone? These people, you know, these people fight in the cage in their underwear. They're not brain surgeons. They're not rocket scientists. Some of them are actually very smart. Needs a new song? He's got his song. $50. These guys are saying, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get in a cage, throw on my undies, and I'm going to beat the shit out of the other person, get a bag of money. They could have went the other route. They could have said, you know what? Nope. I'm going to work on brains. I'm going to defend people in court. You know, I'm going to do taxes or some shit. I'm going to be a doctor. I don't, whatever. Be a podcaster. No, they decided to get in a case. I mean, what? Like, we can't hang on every single word of people that are, you know, warriors. You know, it's like, it is what it is. So Dana woke up and he's like, you know, I'm going to let these people say crazy shit. November 12th, 2016, Conor McGregor put on one of the greatest performances in MMA history. That's pinned. So anyway, he's trying to make Dana White look Ben Fawkes. Dana White condemned Bryce Mitchell pro-Hitler comments, but balked at any sort of consequence for it. Makes you wonder, what would you have to say before the UFC decided to actually do something? Don't watch his fights. I mean, I don't know what you want me to say. Like, well, I don't know. Maybe I'm reading this wrong. I mean, I don't agree with anything he said. I think they're cringy for sure, the comments. But I don't give a fuck. Like Dana said, if you want this guy to his brains to get scrambled because of the words he threw out there, you have a chance to do that. You have a chance. Politicians say some pretty stupid shit. We never get to see them get punched in the face. Right? There's a lot of people out there you don't like. We can't see them get punched in the face. This man over here not only will get punched in the face, he'll get elbowed, kneed, kicked off the side of the head, strangled. There's so many ways that this guy's going to get humbled. And he's already been humbled. Move on, dummy reporters, dummies on Twitter or whatever. Like, come on. Uncrowned. So it seems that there is no such thing as being too bigoted or too ignorant to fight in the UFC. This is the Ben Fawkes thing. This is Uncrowned. That's Ariel Helwani's thing. Ariel Helwani. Let me retweet that. My Jew senses are tingling. It's crazy, man. I got to be quiet again. Fuck. Anyone do soundproofing on rooms in AZ? If he goes, if he goes, you saying? Stepped to some Jewish kid and knocked him out. Time to get... yeah. If he walked up to a Jewish kid and says, this is for all the Nazis, and just fucking cold cocked him. Okay, then you got to fire that guy. Right? If this guy walks into the octagon with a Hitler mustache on, that might be a little too far. You know? If he, like, I don't know, pushes someone's matzo ball soup off the table or some shit like that in the UFC PI, you got to do something about that. You can't be letting guys just walk around doing shit like that. But everyone wants to cancel. Listen, like I said, I don't agree with what he said, but you can't fucking, cancel him. Free speech, right, Kino? You can't be doing that. You just can't. You just tell people he's a fucking idiot like Dana did, and you move on. Now, did Dana go too far? Let me know. Should he fire him? But my chat, they're saying something here. 49% would go fishing with Hitler. 51% wouldn't. So man, we almost got 70 votes in on this. Damn, that's a hot topic. Fishing with Hitler. Never ever seen a vote this size on Gummy Gang, the most glorious second channel in the world. Okay, I think I exhausted this topic. Is there anything you want to touch on with this before I move on to my juicy stories? Peel back the layers. I mean, there's a lot we can get into. Some people saying what he said is true. Some people agree with Bryce.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Here's the Hearns. How you doing, Hearns?
The word redneck was given to poor uneducated white farmers by wealthy whites. They had to work for long hours in the sun working the fields just like slaves did. Ironically, they love Hitler ideology. I like Bryce, he just speaking his mind, let him be.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's really hurting anyone. It's not like he's... Like, what is he really doing? He's saying stupid shit. He's just making himself look more retarded, right? That's it. That's all he's doing. Like, if you really disagree with him, well, you have freedom of speech as well. You can go online and you can say whatever the hell you feel, but off with his head type shit. Should he get fired? Like, drop a yes in the... All right. All right. So the fishing with Hitler, I'd love to keep this up there. Because it's so close. Because now 51% say they will go fishing with Hitler. But the next one I was going to ask is, should he get fired? Should Bryce get fired? Should I drop that in the chat? I mean, this is so close. Fishing with Hitler is like, it's such a good poll. I might have to leave that there. Let him be? I agree. Let him be. But yeah, let me know in the chat. All right, only if you think he should get fired. That's what I want to hear with the yeses. But if there's no one that thinks that, I agree. There's a clear difference between free speech, what people are crying about. Yeah. Yeah, people are just looking for reasons to cancel. It's just, this is not the time we live in right now. maybe a year ago, you might have been able to get away with it. Probably wouldn't, but now forget it. You're not going to be able to fire him. Sorry. It's just not going to happen. I mean, you can just boycott his podcast, but I got to be honest with you, I kind of want to listen to it now. I need to hear more. This is great marketing. This is the greatest marketing ever. Bryce Mitchell, how much time does he have left? He looked good in his last fight. He had a layup. How much longer does Bryce Mitchell really have? So anytime you see these fights, you see Colby Covington doing it now too. He's on Twitch and YouTube and stuff like that. That's how you know. I mean, that's how you know that fighters are, figuring out life after fighting. And I'm all for it. Everyone start a podcast. There's enough room for everybody. So Arkansanity. What a name for a podcast. I mean, they're clearly, whoever helped them put this together says, you say some crazy shit, this could be perfect. All right, so I don't think anyone wants him fired. That gives me some sort of hope. You guys give me hope. There's a lot of videos of Bryce getting knocked out. The fruit trees. The first time was the fruit. Actually, no, it was the what's it called? The flat Earth stuff was fun. Then he went on ARIEL, and ARIEL, you can tell ARIEL didn't like him because there was a political conversation between the two, and they kind of butt heads. Then you notice ARIEL really didn't have him ever back on because they didn't see eye to eye. I think that's even more of a reason to have someone on if you don't see eye to eye. That's riveting content, Dana give Bryce a circumcision to punish him with his teeth, maybe. A lot of people disagree with him not being fired. A lot of people disagree with him not being fired. Well, that's a double negative. Hold on, let me try to figure that out. Okay, a lot of people disagree with him not being fired. So you're saying a lot of people think he should be fired. I see how I dissected that. I didn't even have a gummy yet, but that was very complicated. Double negative in the chat, trying to throw me off. I see what you're doing there. Would you paint a little Hitler stacked on Logan? Stacked on Logan. Bryce had ARIEL's head spinning. Bryce was talking about the jab. He was talking about that, but it was more political shit, I remember. They didn't see eye to eye with. I think that was part of it, too. But it was a whole bunch of other crazy stuff that he was throwing in there that was going nuts. Oh, here we go. Hodge twins. Oh, here you go. Okay, Bryce Mitchell may have taken too many hits to the head. I really do love listening to people who do like 4 horse of research stumbling upon revisionist history and think they know more than historians who dedicate their lives to these subjects. But I'm just asking questions. And then he has a crazy face. So the Hodge twins, whoever said the Hodge twins are on Bryce's side, that is wrong. Is Bryce right or wrong about Hitler? Okay. Yeah, so that's... Is Bryce... Oh, no, actually, that wasn't Hodge. That was Ryan. Okay, hold on. So the Hodge twin says, is Bryce right or wrong about Hitler? Thug Nasty. Okay, so they didn't take any side there. They just asked if he's right or wrong, sparking, a little conversation on a crazy topic. Yeah, and then they put a poll in it, so they're just monetizing his stupidity. All right, so it was nothing about the Hodge twins agreeing with Bryce Mitchell. So, that's what I'm saying. A lot of people, I don't know, they take things out of context. They'll say, oh, shit, Hodge twins agree with Bryce. They'll hop in a chat and say that with no evidence. And it's just the Hodge twins just fucking farming for some sort of, what I'm saying? This is how the world works. It's like when we start playing telephone, the truth is all mixed. And the conspiracy, what's crazy about conspiracies is people could just make something up, throw it online, and if it gets enough retweets, people are like, oh, fuck. That's the real truth. And sometimes they nail it. Sometimes people just fucking figure something out, or they'll just keep throwing shit out there until one sticks, and then it fucking works, and then everyone's like, holy crap, Everything's fake. You know? Screwing everything up. We don't know what the hell to believe anymore. But how about Bryce Mitchell? Like if you search, he's legit trending right now. Bryce Mitchell did one of the greatest marketing things ever for himself. And you got people like debating it. That's crazy, man. A lot of people want to rewrite history and stuff. I'm sure not all. I mean, history's the same, right? It's all word of mouth. It's people writing these stories, and we're just like believing whoever wrote these stories that were there at the time. But, you know, it gets passed down from generation to generation. The stories start to change and get warped. And you just don't know what the hell is true anymore. It's crazy, man. It's all the Matrix's fault. This is what they do. You bring up certain things that happen, and they call a conspiracy theorist and imply you're crazy. Wait, this is what they do. You bring up certain things that happened, and they call you a conspiracy theorist and imply you're crazy. No, I think people, there are people out there that think everything's a conspiracy. You know? I think that's the problem. There are certain people out there, like very Alex Jones-esque, that nothing's reality. Everything's fake. Everything's not. Everyone's lying to you. You know, it's that mentality. Alex Jones monetizes it, you know? And I'm sure he believes a lot of the crazy stuff, and he's been right about a bunch of crazy stuff. But when you're constantly crying wolf, when you're constantly like, wait, there's got to be another angle type thing, you know, that's when people just don't believe you, you know, or people think you're fucking nuts, you know? Every time I turn around, you're fucking saying, you know, that's what I think that's why people start calling others crazy. Now, if you throw something out there and it's something that's deemed as a conspiracy, it's your first offense to it, you know, then I like to say, all right, well, you know, give me some facts on this. Where are you getting this information before I completely burn you down, you know? But there's so much of it floating around that people just immediately just go to, oh, it's a conspiracy, because there's so many people screaming and yelling about shit, you know? So it's weird, man. Internet just amplifies everything. And most of these accounts are just fake pictures, or, you know, it's a lot of, I mean, Joe Rogan said it himself on his podcast. Like he thinks it's great that people should have the right to just have these fake accounts and just say whatever the hell they want on there, which leads me to believe that Joe Rogan is one of those people that has a fucking bunch of burner accounts where he's commenting and arguing with people on the internet, you know? So, I mean, if you're doing it in good fun, have fun with it, but just don't take any of this too serious. You know, a lot of people start going crazy with it. Anyway, let me have this edible and talk about some behind the scenes shit. Let's talk about it. But I'm open. Like I said, I've been one way and gone other ways in many situations within politics, the jab, you know. I've been back and forth on that, you know what I'm saying? I've admitted wrong. A lot of people that always scream conspiracies never ever admit wrong, even when they're proven wrong. I've admitted it, even though I'm never wrong. I've been on record saying, yep, man, I think I got that one wrong. You know? Cheers, everybody. Happy Thursday to everybody. Let's go. Let's go. All right. You remember you were a numbskull on the jab. Dude, I have admitted wrong, right? I like to take all information in. I like to take every bit of information in. I'm not the type of guy that's going to die on the hill because my fucking pride's going to be hurt. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm so fucking alpha. That's why I'm such a Chad. You know? I got to that like fucking elite, that godlike stage where I can take every bit of information. I survived the jab. 2 of them. Didn't get the boosters. But I live on the edge so much that I'm like, I want COVID and I want to take 2 jabs. And I'm going to show you I'm still here because I'm a real fucking man. You know what I'm saying? I knew that was death in a needle. And I looked death right in the eye. And I said, bring it. Right? That's pretty badass. Bring the fucking jab. All these people cry, oh my God, it's going to kill you. And maybe it's going to lead to something. Who knows? But I'm such a fucking badass. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's what I did. I mean, that's pretty bad. I looked Brendan Schaub in the eye. I looked him dead in the eye. Brendan Schaub. I looked him after all the shit I said online. I looked him right in Bapa's face and said what every homeless cat wanted to say to his face because I'm such a Chad. You know what I'm saying? Not many people could be at this stage in life, and I can understand why people try to take shots at greatness. But I can admit wrong. I've done it. I've done it many a times. I'm not perfect. But I'm like a kitty cat flying off a building, body contorting in all different directions, right on the paws. Every single time. Stick the landing. So anyway, we have Brendan Schaub finally face-to-face with Mystical Moss. And everyone's like, well, how did that work out? I mean, did you have Mark Harley on? Didn't you do like multiple streams just shredding him? Didn't Mark Harley hack into his X account and post your video? Yeah. I was in the same room as Brendan Schaub. But after that, I had Ben Rothwell on. And I thought it was hilarious talking to Brendan. How many people in the chat listened to the Ben Rothwell interview? If you didn't, I don't even want to know you. How could you miss the great Ben Rothwell on the MMA-Holes, knowing that it's going to be a phenomenal interview, knowing that I'm going to give you guys what you deserve. I'm going to ask the questions no one's going to ask. Ben is hilarious. He's very, very funny. And he messaged afterwards. He sent it out to his friends. And his friends thought it was hysterical. Like, because it was actually him. You know, like all these other interviews, it's, okay, Ben talking to the media. I legit got Ben Rothwell. Like every time I interview Ben Rothwell, I get Ben Rothwell. But this last interview, we got pure Ben Rothwell. I mean, we went there. Let's have a buddy conversation for about 30 minutes, right? He always says, yeah, I'm going to do 20 minutes. He's not going to do 20 minutes with the MMA-Holes. That's not going to work. It's not going to work. So every time he said, oh, you know, like, are we running out of time? No, we're 5 minutes in. We're 10 minutes in, you know? He rolls with the punches so good. He's a genuinely funny guy. He's got a great story. And he just so happens to be the bare knuckle champion, heavyweight champion of the world, Ben Rothwell. So it was very nice having him on. And there was a running joke throughout the interview because he didn't have his belt, which was great. Like, listen, would I want the belt on? Of course. You want him there sitting with the belt, you know. But it actually worked better, him not having the belt, because then I knew, okay, this joke, we're gonna stretch out through the interview. We're just gonna keep going back to the joke. We're gonna do comedy. And I thought it worked. So so he enjoyed coming on. He's a great fucking guy. And it really meant a lot, like, after the fact, when he was saying, you know, how his friends enjoyed it. And like he wanted to make sure, like, right after the interview, he wanted to make sure that his friends got to see it. And you know, you don't really get that much from athletes when you have them on. Usually you do the interview, you say, hey, thanks for coming on. You don't talk to him until the next fight. But with Ben, you know, I've texted him in between, and he's just a cool dude. So go check out that interview if you haven't seen it. And he's very, very funny. And we had sex after it. It was great. Now, let's go to the Brendan Schaub situation, okay? The situation that everyone wants to talk about. Brendan Schaub. So
this is the moment you've all.
I did an Instagram live from the parking lot a couple of weeks before the GFL draft. I was talking to Mike Goldberg. Here we go. And we were just shooting the shit, and then he dropped the fact that he was going to be one of the announcers of GFL. Got a lot of criticism this GFL, right? And rightfully so. The draft was weird. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of questions I have. Even, the before answers that they gave us, and now the after the draft. They're saying, this is kind of crazy. Now, I found out that I might have to have someone else on to explain this, but it actually was live, the actual draft. But there were things that happened, things that were leaked that weren't predetermined. They were like, there was a stream ahead of another stream. There's a whole thing. So I do have to have someone else on explain that. And I'm looking forward to grilling whoever comes on to explain that. But anyway, Mike Goldberg says, he drops the news that he's about just to sign the contract. He just got the contract. He's going to sign it that night. He's like, don't say anything until it's signed. I'm like, yeah, sure. So I was like, cool, man. That's great. So the news gets leaked. He's going to be the main guy for GFL. And so that's why I swung back around again. I was like, hey, good for you. And we're just bullshitting. And then I find out it's going to be in Arizona. And lo and behold, the studio was like 20 minutes from my house, super close to my home. So once I saw who was on there, I was like, Robin Black, I know him very well. I know Mike Goldberg. The two young ladies that I don't really know, but Alex seems very nice. And I always forget the blonde's name, but we've seen her on UFC do interviews and stuff like that. Super sweetheart, both girls. But the elephant in the room, Brendan Schaub. I'm like, fuck, how am I going to do this? So Goldberg goes like this. He goes, would you like to stop by? And I was like, fuck yeah, let's go. What are we going to do? I'll do anything. I'll get in on this and see what's going on, right? So it's like very vague, and he's like giving me like the breakdown of what's going to happen and their whole day planned out. And I'm like, well, where does Kevin Lee fit in all this? I see Kevin Lee in the chat. So I just flat out said to Goldie, I'm like, I don't know what any of this shit means. Just tell me where to be, what time, and I'll get some content. So he's like, okay. So it was all last minute. The day of the rehearsal, the night before the draft, like I'm not hearing anything, but I knew what time they were going to be there. So I was like, fuck it, I'm just going to show up. I'm not going to wait for Goldie. Like, it's getting really late. I don't know what the fuck's going on here. So I show up at the studio. I'm talking behind the scenes to like the producers and stuff like that. Awesome human beings. And all this time where I'm getting all these crazy stories about Bellator and UFC back in the day and what the GFL is going to do and all this stuff. All I'm thinking to myself is, I'm going to have to fucking figure out what the hell am I going to say to Brendan Schaub? Like, how is this going to work? Like, what's going to happen here? How is this going to go? Is he going to beat the shit out of me? Like, is he going to give me the cold shoulder? Is he going to walk out of the room? Like, if he did any of those, I mean, I guess I could say he might have a, I kind of trolled a little bit, He might have something to be a little bit like, I'm not going to deal with this guy, right? So they're doing this for hours. It's lasting way too long, this rehearsal. And then finally, they let him out of the room. You could tell they're exhausted, right? I mean, hours they're in there.
I want you to clean your vagina.
Thank you for subscribing to Gummy Gang, cleaning the vagina. Buck Dancer, thank you. So I go, one of the producers says, hey, go into the lunch area over there. They're going to be coming out. So here I am in the green room, and they come out. It's literally like a little cafeteria where they have a whole spread for them. And it's always cool when you're behind the scenes on all this shit, because like whether you're media or you're the talents in any sort of situation, there's always a fancy spread. You can get some cool food, some junk food, whatever. And they had this nice little spread there. And then here comes, Goldie comes out. Darren comes out. I'm talking to Darren, getting to know him. Robin Black comes out. And I'm like, me and Robin are cool. And Robin's like, oh my God, I didn't, how's the channel? How's the family? This guy, man, he's doing so great. Like him and Goldie are talking me up like, this is awesome. And it worked out great that they were talking me up like that. I mean, they're just nice guys, right? So they're talking me up great. And here comes Brendan Schaub. As Brendan Schaub walks into the room, we lock eyes. And it was very awkward. Like it was almost like he was just like, where the fuck do I know you from? Like that kind of look, right? And I'm looking back at him like, we're just like looking at each other, right? And I'm like, yeah. And then I'm like talking to Robin. Robin's like, do you know this guy? Oh my God, his channel is exploding. And, you know, they're just like saying the coolest shit, right? And when you have Mike Goldberg backing you up, that's pretty good, right? So now they're talking me up. The girls are sitting off on the side. They're yapping away. And Mike Goldberg and Robin are just like, oh, yeah, this guy, great, blah, blah, blah. Brendan Schaub is staring at me. He's like, I could feel him burning through the side of my head. And then like Robin Black's like, hey, do you know this guy, man? Like this guy is on YouTube and blah, blah, blah. He's been doing it for years. His wife does it too. It's so much fun. I was on his show. And I'm like, oh, fuck. Like I'm saying to myself, just shut the fuck up, right? That's all I'm saying to myself. Just let me just get this over with and get out of here. But then it worked out great because they're talking me up like I'm some sort of celebrity, right? So Brendan's like, oh, yeah. So I'm like, hey, Brendan. I'm like, you know who I am? And he goes like this. He goes, nah. And he does that lip thing, like that lick, like he licks the side of his fucking mouth. Nah. Like looking at me. I was like, oh, okay. I've been doing it for a little while, you know? So I'm like, all right. So like I walk off to the side, I'm setting up. And I could just feel him burning through and he's kind of looking at me and everyone's talking and shit. And now it's like really awkward. I'm opening my bag. I don't even have much shit. Like I just brought a cell phone. Because I found all about this like last minute. So I threw my laptop in there so I could make a couple of thumbnails and whatever. And I have my cell phone and I put it on a tripod, right? So I'm like, all right. And everyone's like, oh, what are you going to do this? You want to do this in the studio? I'm like, nah, fuck, let's just do this. I'm saying to myself, I just want to do this and get the fuck out of here. Because honestly, this is so awkward. Right? So I'm putting this stuff together. I'm schmoozing with everybody. Brendan's fucking burning a hole in my side. And now I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, I gotta do something about this. I gotta break the ice. Because I know he fucking knows what happened. He has to. I mean, I didn't hack into his fucking account, but Mark Harley did. He did a show with me twice. It was on fucking Red Band. It was all over the place. Shit went viral. You know, his account was hacked to promote my fucking show. I've spoken to him in the DMs before with the Sam Alvey situation. I mean, what, did he live under a fucking rock? So I'm like, okay, how do I do this? So I'm talking to him and I'm like, do you know Jesse on Fire? You know Jesse on Fire, right? And he's like, yeah. He's like, I love that guy. It's like, yeah, doesn't everybody? Everyone loves Jesse on Fire. Yeah, he's a great guy. I know Jesse. He's a good guy. I know him behind the scenes. Say what you will about him, his content, whatever. Say what you will about Robin Black. It's not for everybody, right? But I know them personally. I know they're all right people. So I'm like, all right, Jesse on Fire is the icebreaker. So I like, yeah, Jesse on Fire. And then I go, you know MMA Guru? And he's like, no. And now I'm like, bro, you are so fucking lying to me. Like in my head, I'm like, what? I'm like, you don't know MMA. And I go, you don't know MMA Guru? And he's like, no. I'm like, you don't know me or MMA Guru. He's like, oh, no. And I'm like, bro, all right. It's like, all right. Right. I was like, okay, now I know you're fucking lying because you're saying you don't know me, whatever. You don't know MMA Guru either. The guy's on Netflix. He's fucking viral with every fucking video he does. He starts fights with every single person he's had. You know what I'm saying? Like the guy's done pretty damn good. So now I threw that out there. I'm like, okay, he's just fucking lying. So I'm like, okay. So I go back to the bag. I'm setting this stuff up again. And I'm like, I don't even know what to think anymore. I'm like, I think he might punch me or some shit like that. He might fucking just cold cock me. Like this is gonna get really weird. How am I gonna do this interview? Because he's lying to me so he can fucking sucker punch me. That's all I'm thinking. Right? So now I'm like, before he punches me, I got to do something about this. Because if he does know who I am and he knows the backstory and all this stuff and he cold cocks me, I'm not ready. I'm going to be dead. I'm going to be on the floor drooling on my tits. You know, it'll be great content, but I don't want to get hit. It's late. I'm hungry. So I go back over to him and he's a fucking massive dude. You guys know I'm only 5'3". He's a huge guy. Guy's fucking, look, he's tremendous. Tremendous guy. And he's in great shape now, too. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. He's probably back on the sauce. Mark Harley said he's on the sauce. So anyway, so I go back over to him. I'm like, Brendan, I'm like, you mind if we'll step outside for a second? I got to talk to you. Right? And he goes, no, we could do it here. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? In my head, I'm like, bro, I don't want to do it here. I'm like, I don't want to do it here. Right? So I'm like, all right, we'll do it here. So I go, okay, I got to get this off my chest because it's driving me crazy. I'm like, I had Mark Harley on twice. I told him the whole fucking story about Mark Harley in front of everybody, right? We're in the cafeteria. They're shoving food in their face. Everyone's standing there. It's awkward. I'm like, why are we doing this here? Why can't I just pull him off to the side? And then when I said that to Jess, she's like, that's awkward. I'm like, no, it's more awkward that I got to fucking tell this story in front of a room full of people that everyone knows. So now I'm fucking telling him this story about Mark Harley. And I'm like, listen, man, I'm like, Mark's blocked me. We've had a falling out. I'm not having him on the show anymore. Fuck him. Fuck, Luana. She threatened to sue me. So I don't have a good relationship with him either. So it's not like I'm BFFs with Mark Harley, right? So when I'm telling him this story, he's kind of like, now he's like sympathizing with me. He's like, yeah, man, it's bad. It's just, he's bad, that guy. And, it's just bad business. And he starts telling me some Mark Harley stuff. And I'm like, yeah. So I'm like, okay, all right. This is kind of softening it up a little bit. Now we're going back and forth about Mark Harley. And it got smoothed out. So I'm like, oh, this is fucking really weird, man. Like, I thought for sure that, like, something was going to happen, right? You should have been filming this. I have it on film. I do, Jesse on Ice. I have it on my phone. But I did not release it. And I won't. I won't release it. I'm telling the story here. And maybe one day, if he pisses me off, just maybe, I didn't know I was recording. Fun fact. But I did have it recorded. When I was setting up the phone, I was talking to him, and I actually hit record by accident. Like, when you're hitting the cell phone, you hit fucking record? How much is it worth to you, Sonosi? Jesse didn't even see it, but I have it on my phone. So I do have recordings other than what I put on. And I was so thinking about adding this because I knew the homeless cats would love it. But I didn't. Okay, but it was recording. And maybe he was thinking it was recording too. I have no idea. So now we're having this conversation and it kind of got a little cool. Now it cooled off, right? And I'm like, okay, I feel better. I addressed the situation. I know, as soon as he said he didn't know who MMA Guru was, then I'm like, okay, you're just going to lie about everything. I get it. So, and I'm fine with it. I don't give a shit. I'm not there to fight Brendan Schaub. Like, that's not what I'm there to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just want to get content, get the fuck out of here. So I'm like, okay. So now that we're cool, sort of, right? It's kind of nice. And Robin Black was great too. He was like softening the blow a lot, like when it got awkward. So I'm like, okay, let's do this. So we hit record and we're talking, and you see, I would say about 6 different zingers at Schaub, and I couldn't tell if it was going over his head or he was just purposely just navigating around it. But it was funny because Robin Black is a great fucking wingman. He was just nailing home the joke. Like, I would lob it up and he would dunk it. And Mike Goldberg actually dunked one as well on Schaub, right? So Schaub kind of was like a little bit of a punching bag. But he handled it very well. Like, he handled it very, very well. There was even one, I wasn't sure if he got it. I talked about his stand-up special. That's all out there on the interview. I spoke about, like, I joked about, I kind of made it like, I was like, yeah, you played in the NFL, right? And then I was like, oh wait, not the NFL. You play football. Like, I did that. I did one of those to him. I did a couple of things where I threw at him where I knew the homeless cats would get. So I didn't want to be like, okay, let's suck off Schaub, talk about the GFL. We're going to do that a little bit, but we're going to throw some jokes in there. I think it worked really well. And I have to say this. After we did all that and the banter and he was exhausted and this and that, he handled it so, like, pleasantly that I actually started to feel bad. Like, especially towards the end, right when he was on his way out, I was like saying to myself, I could have been way harder for sure. But I was like, man, maybe I was off on this guy a little bit. Is he a liar? Yes. He literally lied to my face, right? So I know that. But I think, and it's 2 things. He just lies because he just doesn't want to deal with it, or he might just actually have CTE. Like, honestly, like, I think it's either one of the, or it could be both. He could be doing what he thinks is damage control, but it's just clippable stuff that you could put on the subreddit. Or he might just fucking have brain damage. He might just, I mean, honestly, he's been hit in the head a lot. You know, Ben Rothwell, one of those guys. He's a big kid. Yeah. Let me just say this. Very nice. Like, super nice guy. And I could understand why people would take his side that are in the circle. You know what I'm saying? Like in the entertainment circle, in the combat sports world. He's a very charismatic guy. Like you can just chill with the dude. Like he's cool. And so we had that conversation. They left. I kept it going with Goldberg and Darren. And afterwards, I sent him a message. And I've sent him messages before. It was like a one-word answer. Like he kind of big shots you. Like that's a thing that he likes to do as well. But in this situation, he didn't. And he wrote back and said, or typed back. And he's like, man, he's like, you know, he just said I was, you know, we're all real shot, this and that. It could have been better content or whatever. But he's like, wish you nothing but the best. And it was completely nice. So I was like, fuck, man. He really took the high road. Maybe he doesn't remember because he's got CTE. I don't know. I think he does remember. But regardless, the lies or the brain damage or the crazy shit he says, at the end of the day, I could give you my honest assessment of him. He's actually not a bad dude. He really isn't. Like, he actually is not a bad dude. And I would work with him. Like, I would actually, when I was throwing shit back and forth, it clicked. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm talking to him, and he actually is funny within conversation. I don't know if he's meaning to do it on purpose or what, but in conversation, he's funny. As a comedian, not so much. But as a human being, just bouncing ideas back and forth, he's actually genuinely, he's funny. So I kind of get what Joe Rogan sees in him, you know, which I made some Joe Rogan shots, you know, as I was doing the interview as well. But all in all, it was a success. Like, I was able to do the interview. I didn't get killed. It got very awkward in the beginning. And I would love to get the actual real story from him. And hopefully one day I will. You know, like, come on. Like, hopefully I'll know him good enough where I can be like, okay, bro. Or maybe the next interview, I'll have him on and fucking say, come on, bro, tell me the fucking truth. You know, like, because if I have him on this show, one-on-one, I can get anything out of him. You know, his podcast isn't bad. Listen, I don't listen to anyone, so I can't really judge his podcast. But I don't think he's a bad guy, and I think he's somewhat entertaining. I will say, I know I'm going to get fucking killed for that, but it's on Gummy Gang. I'm not saying this on the main channel. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think he's bad. I don't think he's a bad dude. I don't, honestly. And whatever he's smashing baddies and addies and or lying on his podcast or whatever you want to crucify him for, I don't give a fuck about that. It has nothing to do with me. You know what I'm saying? All I know is I've roasted him. I've had crazy guests on that have completely backstabbed him. That release DMs that are mortifying of Schaub. And Schaub still entertained a conversation with me. So I got to give him props for that. You know, a lot of people wouldn't do that. They would have just walked right the fuck out or fucking punched me.
Wonderful, wonderful.
We got optimistically cynical.
We just ran up a $400 bar tab, but goddamn that man bun looks good on you, Moss.
Thank you. Thank you, optimistically cynical. Appreciate you. He's feeling good right now. Thank you. Thank you so much. Anyway, so that's the story. That's the story of Brendan Schaub. I tell you what, man, it was intense though in the beginning, for me at least. Maybe for him, I don't know. Maybe he's just punch drunk. I have no idea. But for me, it was very intense. I was like, fuck, this is probably, I've had moments where I've asked some crazy shit to people, but I never had a moment where I met someone that I've roasted or I've had people on that really have done them dirty, you know? Now, in fairness to me, I did reach out to him for his thoughts. And when Mark Harley thing happened, I did extend to him to come on and he just blew it off. So that's on him. So if he ever was to say, oh, how dare you have Mark Harley on, I did reach out to him. So I did do that. So I did cover my ass there. And maybe that's why he wasn't bad at all to me. And I spoke to Jesse on Fire afterwards. He's like, I told you. Like, all right, bro. All right. Yeah. You got me, you know. But anyway, so that's what I forgot, Jeffrey. I forgot. So we're okay on Instagram, but I forgot to ask him, you know, if you don't know me, why'd you block me on X? I forgot. That's where I dropped the ball. That's the one thing, if I could take it back And I'll have another opportunity. I'll find out what that's about. I don't give a shit that I'm blocked, honestly. I think it's hilarious. But, yeah, he doesn't know me. He blocked me, but he doesn't. I mean, listen, you block a lot of trolls out there. I didn't even troll him. But anyway, let's watch the interview together as a family. Yeah, you want me to dissect the interview? Forgot what you scared to. Yeah, dude, did you see what I asked him, Omar? Like, what the fuck? I think by now, if you say I'm scared to ask someone something, like, I think you might have CTE. To be honest, I've asked people the craziest shit, like, to their face. Luke blocked us on Instagram. I still don't know what the fuck the deal with Luke is, to be honest, because the last time I saw him in person, I did troll him pretty good, but we had a good, like, we left each other in a good spot, you know? There was some sort of, like, weird mutual respect. And then I don't know what the fuck happened. But I'll be honest with you. It's funny when people are like, oh, I can't believe you're scared to ask. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Have you seen anything I've done? I did, yeah. I to Luke Thomas's face, I told him that his bottom lip is a fucking hot dog. I can't believe you didn't ask this and that. It's like, bro, I just said his fucking lip looked like a hot dog. He hated that. That's right, Jeffrey. That's right. But yeah, scratch that off the list. Ran to Bappa. So that was a thing. But I did say 2025 is going to be an interesting year. Any opportunity that lands in my lap, I'm going to try everything in my power to seize the moment and give the content to you guys. Like, that's my thing for 2025. Not an edible is in me, so I hope that story wasn't unlistenable. But anyway, if you guys have any questions about that, let me know and then we'll move on. But yeah, 2 interesting moments right there. Yeah, painful. Yeah, I did. I said it to his fucking face, to Luke. I never follow you back on Instagram is because I don't fight in my underwear. I followed you back. Didn't I follow you back? Don't you have like 14 accounts? Kazaa? I don't know. My assistant blocked you. Oh, yeah, on his ex. So I know the truth on that. Like, this is the thing. Having Mark Harley on, he opened so many, like, I've seen personal texts between him and Schaub. I've seen things that, like, your fucking head would explode about Brendan Schaub. Listen, he's a dude. He's done and said some really fucked up shit, you know? And bro code right out the window with Mark Harley. That's one thing about me, though, is if you tell me to keep a secret, ask Goldie. If you tell me to keep a secret, I'm not going to fucking say a goddamn thing. You know, I would love to. I mean, it would help me tremendously if I just blurb shit out. But even if you burnt, like if you burnt that bridge with me, it would take a lot for me to say something. I would like to keep people, I don't know, keep people's secrets. You know what I'm saying? I'm not that type of guy.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Humor me. Who be the closest person you might be afraid to ask your weird mahole-like questions to?
Who would be the closest person you might be afraid to ask? I mean, I tell you what, Schaub was a rough one because he's kind of a wild card. But as soon as I met him, even though I felt that weirdness, I also felt that he's actually a nice guy, so I was able to get away with it. I'm trying to think who. Oh, fuck. I mean, I told John Jones that I was a fan of Daniel Cormier. He just walked away from me. I'm trying to think, who would I be afraid to say something to? I'm sure there are people out there. There are certain fighters that do not have a sense of humor, but I'd probably say it to him. Oh, Jamal Hill, I would definitely roast him because honestly, I think Jamal gets a bad rap. Even though he's sensitive, I think Jamal, once you're in, like once you kind of get that rap, and I've reached out to Jamal too, but I don't like to go through managers like with Ben. Like I'll go straight to the fucking guy. If the guy doesn't answer and they just deal with their agent, then I just don't even do it. Islam? Oh shit. You know what? Yeah, any of those guys. I mean, I fucked with Murad, but he's Georgian. I will never tell Goldie's secret. Goldie's the best, man. He's the fucking best. Goldie's like, he's awesome, man. That guy's great. Yeah, I would love to. I've reached out to Jamal a couple of times, but yeah, I don't know. He's sensitive until like I think people understand like when I start interviewing, I'm not a fucking asshole. Maybe I come across as it, when I'm doing the fight reactions or I'm doing my shticks or something like that. But I'm interviewing people. Even if I ask stupid questions, I try to do it in a way where it's kind of goofy, or I'll make them think I'm gay or something to try to, take the attention off of them. If you notice, like I'll ask a lot of gay shit and they start thinking I'm gay and it kind of throws them off. It softens them up. Or I'll say like, you're my therapy session or something like that. Like I'll bring it onto myself. So they kind of forget they're getting interviewed and then bang, I ask crazy questions, but I do it I think I do it in a fun way. So, I'm not trying to get the scoop or anything like that. I'm just trying to have fun and ask some really crazy questions. Thank you, Vince. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, like that's the thing. I try to, I'm even starting to like with Ben, I noticed, I'm like, what? I'm not even going to do an intro. Why am I doing a fucking intro? Most people know who these people are. And if they don't Google it, I don't know. I think I got to make it even more cool. And the pre-recorded listen, I like doing lives, interviews. Just so many of really good interviews we've had are just lost on the channel. Like people have no idea I've interviewed some of these really cool names because they're trapped in a 4-hour stream, 2-hour, 3-hour stream or something like that. It sucks, man. And people are like, well, why don't you just re-upload it, this and that? It just doesn't work. I think if I just do a separate upload dedicated to that guest or multiple guests in one upload and put it up, I think more people will see it. It's better for the fighters, rather than it just being lost. I would love to do lives, like how ARIEL does his live interviews and stuff like that. I would love to do that because I everything is kind of spontaneous. But unfortunately, at this stage of the game, we're going to do them. We're going to upload them for now until we become big, famous superstars. And then maybe we'll do everything live again. Never say never. Can I ever get Aljo back on? I think I could. Yeah, I think I could. But he has new management. And I had a direct line to him for a while. Actually, his title run started with us. I appreciate that, Jeffrey. Yeah, I like doing them. It's not like I don't like doing live interviews, especially with the donations. The donations make it so fucking funny. And honestly, we make a lot more money with the live interviews because you guys donate. The cringy shit comes in. Like, it's not like we're making more money this way, but I got to do what's better for the brand and for the content, I got to tighten that shit up a little bit. Make an MMA-Holes clips channel with interviews. We tried it a little bit, and it's just, I don't know. It's a lot of work. If I didn't have 2 kids, I probably could do that. But, yeah, all the shit we're doing on this channel, it's a pain in the ass. Not this channel, but the other channel. You got to do Ellie's MMA hour and have her interview the fighters. That would be funny. She's hysterical right now. Ariel's going to cry about... Yeah, we did a whole Bryce Mitchell thing earlier in the stream. Ariel, yeah. He's going to be such a victim, I'm sure. His fame even higher now. Who's that, Aljo? Yeah, I probably could. I probably could get Aljo on now. I'm going to be very tactical with who we have come on. We have a lot of guys hit us up. We've actually turned down a bunch, but it's like we probably should do them. I used to do a lot of like regional guys or guys in other promotions. Like BKFC, I figure, okay, GFL is very interesting to me. So I want to do some stuff with that. And UFC, of course. But there have been other promotions and stuff like that where it's just like, I don't know if it's even worth it, to be honest. Like, I want to get these guys' eyes. I don't know if I'm doing anything for them. Got to try to get Tom again. Oh, Aspinall? Yeah, we had Aspinall, and I fucked that up. I fucked up a couple of things. GFL we got back with, but we fucked that up because sometimes I miss an email. So yeah, Tom Aspinall, he literally reached out to us and we fucked that up. Now, I don't know. You know what? I gotta do a bunch of things. Hopefully this year, by the time this year's done, I can get someone that could book me like solid guests. And maybe I'll get someone to take care of our social. I would like to do that. We got to monetize our website, and then I can start fucking paying people. But yeah, man, we get a little help over here. Shit's gonna be pretty tight. The fog outside is so bad, you could smell it. What's going? Where are you, Kazaa? O'Malley and I've reached out to O'Malley. He's like right over here. You want to come on, Sean? You guys got to harass him. We've had fighters come on because of you guys. You guys harassing people. We've had at least 10 fighters come on the show because of people harassing them. So if you want someone on, harass the fuck out of them. Like, I'm talking harass them on social media. Like, go on the MMA-Holes. Go on. Be nice. I've had Will Harris, Anatomy of a Fighter. Like, we met him. We became friendly with him because a guy was being racist, which was nuts. And then Will wound up being like a close ally. He's fucking great, man. Say yes to every interview? Nah, man. Like, I would like to do it, but the problem is then I'll start watering it down, you know? I would. Listen, if I could do an interview, like a bunch of interviews every day, I would do it. A live show every day, just bang out interviews, 100%. It just got to make sense, man. I can't fucking just bury the channel's algorithm, you know? I'm already having problems with the algorithm with shit. So, I already fucked up 8 years already. I really think Bryce would come on for an interview. Yeah, I do know a guy that's close to him. I do. That would be hilarious, man. You know what? Okay, I'm going to do that tomorrow. I'm going to reach out. Yeah, because Bryce would be fucking hysterical. Get him going. I mean, I wouldn't even have to try with Bryce. Bryce is just, you know, he's just, I think it's funnier when you get guys that you wouldn't expect to say crazy shit, you know? Yeah, it'd be pretty epic. Yeah, who would you guys like to see on the show? I'm telling you, harass them, man. Slide into their DMs, or if there's someone that you really love to see on the show, tag us. We'll repost it too. We can get that social media thing going. That's a lot of these YouTubers. You think they're going out and getting a lot of these guests? A lot of them are just fucking viewers harassing them. And then they go on there like their favorite shows and shit. So you guys can help tremendously if you really want someone on.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Thank you for the $2, Sonosi.
You need Mirab again. After the thing with Umar, you gonna exploit that. Though I don't like him, Belal.
Yeah, Bilal. You know what's funny? We follow each other, but he's so tight with those interviews. I just want to interview Bilal because ARIEL can't interview him. Like, that's what I want to do. I want to interview Bilal because of that. But the closest I had to that was being on his show and like one of his panels. And he called me Jim Miller. But yeah, he followed me right afterwards. Very nice guy, Bilal. The problem with Merab is, I mean, I would go out there and grab Merab again, and we did that only on Instagram. That was thanks to Kendall. But that's another one. We know people that are close to him, but he's not a good interview, Merab. You know? Like, I had fun interviewing with Kendall, but like, he's very long-winded with his answers. Once you ask a question, it takes like an hour for him to get to the answer. So, yeah, I mean, Rob's not the best of interviews. It's weird. You either, like, there's two extremes to an interview that goes south. It's like one guy that doesn't shut the fuck up. Like, Dada 5000 is great, but it just goes and goes and goes and goes. And then you have guys that you ask a question, they give you one-word answers. It's like the two extremes. It's so tough. More Brits on the show? I would definitely interview more Brits. For sure. Oh, let me talk to you about this guru thing real quick. So I don't know if you guys go on X. And if you do, at the MMA-Holes, follow us. And please repost everything we put out there. I appreciate it. So I saw... I don't follow Guru, but I mean, his shit is like in every fucking algorithm. I don't know. Everywhere I look, you see his stuff. So he's doing something right. And I've spoken to him in the DMs. Very nice guy. So I was like, all right, let me go into this live, this Twitter space, whatever. And you go in there, you could put in a request, and then they can accept you as a talker. So I went in there. I'm like, watch this guy fucking just not even accept me. I'm like, but he accepted, and I was in on the panel, and the panel was like, it had Kevin. I know Crazy Kevin from Twitter. He's an interesting fella. I'm not gonna say anything bad. He gets just shit on. He's a nice guy. He's too easy to shit on, so I'm not gonna go there. But it was just like incel city, you know, like it was weird. So like everyone had to talk over each other to talk to each other, and I'm like, I just wanted to. I asked the guru about the Schaub thing because I'm like, did you ever interact with the guy? Because it's weird. He says he doesn't know you, so I wanted to ask him about that, but I can't. Like it was just like, like everyone's talking over each other, and it's just like goofy, and it's just a bunch of retards talking. Like it was weird. And then when I finally was able to interact with Guru a little bit, he was weird. Like I don't know if it was because of the setting. Maybe X is odd. I've seen some of his interviews, and he is a very weird guy. Like, he's very socially awkward. So, yeah, I don't think I want him on the show, to be honest. I was going to do a bit with him. I think if I ever did, it would be a bit. Maybe it was the platform that accentuated, you know, his character, but he's a really strange guy. A lot of strange people in this. Especially on YouTube, there's a lot of fucking weirdos. X is really weird. Like, X is the weirdest of the weird. But yeah, it was awkward. I woke up, jumped in that space. I'm like, I'm never doing that again. I just felt way out of my element. Get what's his face, Mafia from Law MMA and Matt at the same time. Longo? Yeah, we should get Longo back on. Longo's good. Who's the poster child? I think he's got a lot of issues. I honestly. So like everyone that becomes like super successful, usually there's like an opposite. There's like something that balances their success out, and he's got a lot of. I don't know. He's got a lot of demons. I think honestly, I can get a lot of cool shit out of him because he's a weird dude. If you want chaos, need a drama. You know, I don't want to interview her. She's a terrible interview. Have you heard her interviewed? Why are people like she's the interviewer, right? That's like them having a YouTube channel like ours. I don't know. She doesn't really bring much to the table. You know, I've heard her interviews. They're really bad. Like, listen, her shtick works, but people interviewing her, it's so awkward. A lot of weird people. The UK produces some pretty wild folk. Yeah, you guys, UK is nuts. I would love to get more UK fighters. Actually, I'm thinking about it. Who do we have on from the UK? I can't even remember. I'm sure we did. I mean, in 8 years, there's got to be someone. We've had Australia. We've had people fighting out of different countries, but not from there. Had Gallagher, James Gallagher. Oh, that Paul Healy would be good, yeah. Arnold Allen would be good, yeah. He's another dry one. He's another weird fucking dude, Arnold Allen. Like he's kind of funny, but maybe that's that British humor. Nina's shtick is just boobs and a forehead. Yeah, she's got this whole routine. It's all pre-recorded, right? It's got those stupid sound effects. She has everything written down, and she just goes question, 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 question. You know what I'm saying? And then, like, if you try to do one-on-one, let's have a conversation, it just turns into shit with her. But, I mean, that's not her job, right? She's not a podcaster, so she doesn't have to be good at that. 2 hours we've been live? Yeah, 2 hours. Just chatting away with you guys. I appreciate you guys showing up on the Gummy Gang. I shared some stories with you. The edible's definitely in the system. And I played a little Helldivers with Ellie. I forgot how fun that game is. I know you guys, some people are like, oh, I don't play that shit, but it's a fun fucking game. Manel Cape would be good, yeah. Or Cap would be good. Chris Curtis was great, yeah, but he's very damaged. I heard him on, what did he do? He did an interview with Josh Thompson, I think it is. It seems like everything that he does now is either a favor for a fighter or like a big network or some shit like that. But I understand why he's steering clear. Because if anyone can get information, I've had interviews with Chris. Man, I called him up when he was in bed to settle a debate. I missed that, that connection with him. But I respect, listen, this game that he's in is so fucked up. And Chris is not all, like, he's got a lot of stuff going on. So you could hear in the Josh Thompson interview, I was like editing something and I had it on the background. And you could hear he is still broken, Curtis. Like he's fucked. Like so fucked from that last fight. So I'm just going to let him be. The crybaby amusing. Yeah, but I'll give Chris credit. He'll say anything that's on his mind. If you get a hold of him, he'll say it how it is. So that's why I do respect Chris. Yeah, Chris is a great interview. He's very good. Chris and Sean, that podcast would have fucking... Strickland and Curtis's podcast would have been the biggest thing out there. It was very good. The man dance. These motherfuckers couldn't hold it together. But I think Strickland, I think he bailed because he probably wasn't getting paid what he wanted to or something, which I understand. Now he's getting the big bucks. Why is he going to sit around? But that was very good. That podcast would have been gold. Yeah, man. That's one I would have listened to for sure. I mean, Sean Strickland and Sean Strickland, the yin to the yang with each other, the total different sides of the spectrum with political beliefs, but they both kind of fucked up. It was good. I know no one listens to the Man Dance song. It's crazy, Jeffrey. So much great content. Just the Man Dance. What a song. Both guys ignored that one. Yeah. Are you guys rooting for DDP or Strickland? Who are you guys rooting for? Everyone's shitting on that card. It's not great, but I think this weekend's going to be good, man. That freaking card's fire. I just found out Mike Davis is on it. I'm like, what the hell? Mike Davis is back, baby, against Ferez. I shot him a message, but a little late. I'm a little disappointed. I saw Devin Clark is in GFL, so I was like, good for Devin. Trying to reach out to old friends of the show, give them love. But like I said, I'd rather what's it called? What was I saying? I just got sidetracked. I just saw Jesse on Fire hit. Shout out to Jesse. Go subscribe to Jesse on Fire right now. Fuck Strickland. I don't need to fuck him. His dad already did. Yeah, I gotta get it. Who's next? After that Rothwell interview, I gotta lay down banger after banger. That's what I gotta do. Who's next? Hope Izzy loses. That edible is so in me right now. The Shower double fist. By the way, spoiler alert, guys. Shower's losing. He's gonna lose. What's the odds on this thing? You getting Venom Page at plus money. Bet the house. Bet the fucking house. MVP is gonna fuck him up. You heard it here. He's gonna knock. Look, 19% easy money. I'm dogging MVP right there. I'm telling you, MVP is gonna smash his face in. Smash his face in. What's the age difference though? MVP's got, let's see, 37 to 30. Oh, and get your picks in on Goat Milk. It's an early card. Don't forget. We got almost 500 people in here, by the way. I don't see how MVP loses. Dude, MVP at plus money right now is fantastic. Have we really seen... I mean, Shower's last knockout, like they said before, was a great knockout. But have we seen anything with Shower where we're like, oh, yeah, this guy is going to be a champion? Like, there's a severe gap. Like, he's a good striker, but is he MVP level striking? MVP doesn't move like he's 37. No. Oh, he's like in dire need for a win, right? Now, granted, he's going to be in Saudi Arabia, so the Bullet will have the crowd, but still a good fight. This card feels like a pay-per-view. Mike Davis and Ziem. Wow, Ziem at plus money. Listen, I like Davis. Both these, this is a banger fight, man. This is a great fight, Davis versus Ziem. Oliveira versus Nurmagomedov. Pavlovich versus Biggie Boy. Page Magomedov. Adesanya. Dude, we're going to get like, it's going to feel like a pay-per-view. It sucks because I'm debuting the new graphics and I'll probably miss this first fight live. I got to work on it while it's live. But this card's very good. Terrence McKinney on the prelims. He could be on a 17-fight losing streak, McKinney. I'll watch every one of his fights. You think Sergey loses? Huh. Oof. You know, I tell you, Biggie Boy's look better. He's looked better lately. Oof. Oh, that's a you know, I haven't even thought about that until right now. I haven't even thought about that fight. Oh, what are we going to do tomorrow? Because the card's early. I was like, let me do a Fuko Friday, and then I'm like, I don't fucking know. There's a card the next day. What do you guys think we should do? Because I don't want to go super late tomorrow. Because the card's like at 7 a.m. the next day. And I got to be honest with you, I'm fucking exhausted. I feel like I'm not, even though I'm not live, like I'm just constantly fucking doing shit on this. And trying to be a dad. What should I do? I got to figure it out. It's probably going to be a little earlier stream tomorrow, though. I will say that. Is one on? Let's see.
Wonderful.
Thank you, optimistically.
In memory of 67 that passed away in that plane crash. But at the same time, if you want to play God and fly in the sky, fuck around and find out.
Oh, my God. Too soon? What do you think about that being a conspiracy? What do you think, optimistically? I want to know your thoughts on that. Thank you. Look at that. How about that? Deep into the stream, optimistically dropping a deuce on us. Thank you. Is 1FC tomorrow morning? Do they have an early one? If so, I should wrap this up and schedule a stream. Tapology's frozen. My whole Google's frozen. Yeah, so I've been working on some graphics behind the scenes. I'm going to try to lighten the load for my computer a little bit. The Saudi card starts at like 7 a.m. Mountain Time. 7 a.m. Mountain. All right, so this is the fight night. LFA. Yeah, I haven't watched an LFA card in forever. But this is not tomorrow. When was this? Saturday. Oh, it was last Saturday? So there's no one, but is there a one morning card? I don't know. Maybe I don't fucking know. Don't know if you want to do 1FC. What should I do? Yeah, one is kind of early. I'll probably pop up either late afternoon or early evening tomorrow, and we'll do a fucking holy fuck, dude. Yo, what the fuck? Oh my God. Oh my God, dude.
500 MMA holes, 500 we dropped on the show, 500 bills in the air, 500 shake it there, yeah. World domination, here we come. Here's 500 reasons why we crush it. Greatest community in the world. Smoke that reefer, boys and girls. Sucking that green into my lungs, using bidets to clean my buns. Hanging with fight buddies throughout the night, watching UFC, enjoying some fights. Knockout submissions, decisions, and more. I want to rub MMA into my balls. Whoever dropped the 500 on the show, you're a legend. MMA hole.
Bow down, bow down. What? Yo. Dude, that's fucking great. Great song. Great song.
The completely new.
I can't. Dude. I'm like. Yo.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Dude, that is like, thank you. Seriously, thank you, D-Rest. My God, that couldn't came at a better time, man. I'm getting hospital bills through the fucking roof. So thank you so much, D-Rest. I really, really appreciate you, man. That's legendary. WW's in the chat for D-Rest on a little old Gummy Gang stream, dropping a $500 bomb. Damn, bro. Holy crap. I'm like in shock, honestly. Absolute shock, man. Come on, spam that chat with WW's for D-Rest. I mean, that is incredible. That's like, as Dana White would say, incredible. Jesus.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Oof.
I'll never simp that hard, but shout out to Dressed folks, he's keeping this channel alive.
I'm telling you, man. Like, I don't think you understand. Like, thank you so much, Optimistically Cynical. Like, shit like that is the reason why we're here so much. It's like, it literally gives us the ability to just fuck off with you guys and put together whatever content we can. You know, the best shit that we could put out there. I appreciate that, man. It means a lot because behind the scenes, we've been working fucking hard and pulling together the interviews and I don't know. It's just, today I was spending a lot of time on the graphics and shit like that on the new studio thing, and it's just fucking so cool, man. So I appreciate it, seriously. I don't know how do I thank for that, man? There's like no words. But more importantly, Hitler, would you go fishing with him? It's a 50-50 split. Jesus. Like, where do I go from that? No, we'll stay on a little longer. Whatever you guys want to talk about, man. You want to talk fights? We'll talk about that. We'll talk more about Bryce. Want to watch fucking crazy people online? I don't know. I'm with it. Thursday night. Month's ending. Could you believe it's 50-50? 50-50, man. Take my shirt off. Red Panda, you gotta pay to play. Whatever. I'm too fucking shot. This is like the fourth time in a few months he's done it. Yeah, D-Rest, man, like, he's dropped those deers. He's spread out those deers. He's done studios. Like, when honestly, it's like he fucking knows. When we're like, oh, that would be nice. He just fucking slides it in there. He's like a fucking guardian angel. He's a great dude, man. He really is. Do you think Izzy wins? I think he might lose. I think Izzy's going to win. Is he the favorite? As soon as he made that fight, I'm like, Izzy's got this. Imavov looked better in his last fight, but yeah, Imavov's getting the plus money. I think Izzy is going to fuck him up. That's what I think. I think Imavov's going to catch a beating, to be honest. That's what I'm going with. I've been pretty on fire lately with the picks. Like, doing good. My plus money is phenomenal. I hit on that freaking Ben Rothwell bet, which was like the easiest plus money ever. But Adesanya, yeah, he lost to Duplessis and Strickland. And then we got Imavov, who beat Allen. I mean, Allen's looked pretty good. So getting a pretty strong win on him. Cannonier. Well, yeah, Cannonier got fucked up. Maybe a quick stoppage. The leads. He lost a decision to Strickland, so he's got something in common with Izzy. Beat Buckley, Shabazian, Heinisch. I mean, Hawes. Look at these fucking people. Best person on here is Allen. Allen got a little exposed. So, yeah, Izzy should be easy money. He should be Izzy money, I would say. Honestly, yeah, I might even throw a hundo on him. Hopefully the line gets a little closer. But I think Izzy's got this. I haven't listened to any of the lead up. Yeah, maybe we'll do that tomorrow. We'll listen to some of the lead up and shit. Actually, the ceremonial weigh-ins. Yeah, I mean, I'll just do that. I'll go live. We'll do ceremonial weigh-ins. I don't know. Do I do a whole stream of predictions, or what do you think? Middle East, you would risk 100. Yeah, I know. I mean, if it goes the distance, you're saying? I think Izzy is. Yeah, I think this is going to be a fight where Imavov bites off a little bit too much. More than he could chew. Let me just say that. I feel actually fairly confident about it. But, yeah, I've been pretty good on the mains lately. Honestly, the underdog is Michael Venom Page. That's the one that really sticks out. And you get him plus 160. The heavyweights, it's weird. It's tricky because, you know, one punch. That's it. You know, and these guys hit fucking hard. So you could make an argument for Biggie. You still, anytime you bet on heavyweight, you're just severely rolling the dice. I mean, you could say the same with BKFC, but Rothwell, I felt, was an easy one there. Is there another BKFC event this weekend? I don't know. Yeah, because there's nothing at night, right? We just got that UFC. I tell you what, that was a long day, those 2 cards, but they were fun. I was exhausted, man. The next day, I was like, why am I so fucking tired? I was just sitting there, just watching TV all day. I guess that's why. Man, I was shot. Well, that's sitting around. Is there another BK? Oh, I said Sergey has the power, but like last opponent, he's facing a great kickboxer. Yeah. I mean, you could make an argument for Biggie Boy. You sure can, but I will stay away from this. If I have any doubt at heavyweight, I'm out. Give me a little bit of doubt, I'm out. The Ben Rothwell one, I didn't have doubt. I felt good. I felt pretty strong about it. That plus money. I don't know. This one, I still feel like you're rolling the dice. Guys need to remember they fucking goats and Izzy fucks goats. They are both, what the fuck? Yakarotes? Izzy has a chance. The judges are pretty fair. I think even if it goes the distance, I think Izzy will make it pretty convincing. That's what I'm thinking. I mean, we can't forget Izzy did knock out Pereira. People just like it's just forgotten. You know? I mean, that guy is there. He's still there. He was beaten DDP. DDP is just a weird phenom. Man, I just see it very clear that Izzy wins. Imavov can afford a loss. Yeah, Imavov doesn't move much if he loses, right? But if he wins, I mean, you're right in play. Has the Potam fight in his back pocket. That's crazy that he got that win. It's crazy, man. He did what he did. I mean, literally flatlined Alex Pereira. People just don't talk about it. It's nuts. I'm not even an Izzy guy, but why don't people talk about that more? It's nuts. And he had one of the most iconic celebrations. You can say the Alex Pereira this or, you know, whatever these celebrations you want to throw out there. I still, to this day, and I am not an Izzy fan, but I still, to this day, when Izzy was shooting fucking arrows into a fucking flatline Pereira, that was one of the most incredible things I've ever seen in my life. Especially now that Alex is just building up some more wins and solidifying his legacy. That fight is, holy shit, one of the craziest everythings. You know? So it's tough. In this situation, I got to go Izzy. Got to. Coldest celebration ever. 100%. What is colder than that, man? I mean, it was just like, it came out of his body so smooth. Like, I tell you what, man, it looked like he had a fucking bow and arrow in his hand. It's crazy. You just, off the cage, you're trying to dodge some shit. This guy, the fucking killer's trying to take your head off. Your boogeyman is trying to do it again. And you fucking kink. Dude, sleeping on the canvas. The first thing you think about is just fucking pulling arrows out. Like, it just didn't even, you didn't be like, what should I do now? You were just like, let's just, and just drill them into his corpse. That was nuts. That's like something out of a fucking video game. It's crazy, man, what he did there. And I'll only say this with Jesse not here. Don't ever tell Jesse I said these things. Nice things about Izzy. This is between me and the Gummy Gang. And my tickle tail. That's it. Between us. The replay is fast, slow down. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Dude, it's crazy. He like Fortnite emoted after he got the victory royale. Like, it's just nuts, man. It's so crazy, man. Hate the fact that that was so good, but fair play. 1 versus 3. That's why. 1 versus 3 on what? Wait, so the Chiefs versus Eagles? By the way, make sure if you're going to go to my bookie, use code MMA-HOLES. So you get that 10% match and we look good and they stay with us. Dude, oh, yo, I showed him that belt. Oh, I didn't talk to you guys about this. We didn't get a chance to do this live. Yo, you guys see the belts? They are en route. So the sausage belt should be, actually they sent them to the wrong place first. That's why it took so long. But Jeremy Stutes' goat milk belt and the Fuko Friday belt. Sonosi, I'm sorry. But you inspired me because Sonosi's like, oh, we're going to have a new belt. I'm like, you know what? You're right. We should. So you inspired the new belt, Sonosi. I will give you credit for that. But check this out. Even Undisputed Belts. And by the way, we're signed on for another year with them. So they'll be supplying the belts again. So shout out to UndisputedBelts.com. They are fucking awesome. I sent them the song too. They never heard it, so I sent them the song and they would die and laugh and they loved it. UndisputedBelts.com. Made some Mystical Moss songs. I played a new Mystic Moss song. We'll play that because D-Rest dropped a fucking $500 donation on us. Brought me back to life. I was like, I think we're gonna wind this thing down. All right, so first off, check this out. Undisputed Belts. Look at this. So yeah, I sent one of these. Now it's got plastic over it, so you can't like see it in its all its glory. But that shit is fucking fire. The Damn Sausage 2024 champion, courtesy of the Hearns. Oh, it's so good. The money belt, dude. That shit's fire. That's a legit belt, man. So the Sausage guy's name on that. That will be in studio, so I will show you guys that, which is kind of cool, man. What Hearns did is awesome because now I can showcase his legacy. It'll be in our studio, right? So that's the money belts. I was like, man, you know, you guys put a lot of fucking money into the channel, this and that, so the least we could do is that. And then goat milk, I was like, for the best fucking pick 'em lead out, that you need like a belt that looks better than any title belt out there. I'm just gonna say it. So here is the goat milk champion, Jeremy Stutes' belt, the MMA-Holes, not the logo, but a unique badge on the side over there, a plated badge, and then the MyBookie 10-year anniversary belt. Shh. This is a one of one. 10-year anniversary. It's not going to be on the next belt. It'll be whatever the sponsor is. Hopefully MyBookie again. But look at this. That's a fucking belt. That's a champ. That's something a champion will walk around with. So you're playing for that. Go on over to MMAHoles.tv. You got to admit, though, these are pretty sharp, right? Yeah, so the MyBookie guy goes, how much are those belts? He's like, I want to buy one. I'm like, no, just play goat milk, man. He wants to buy the belts, he said. Are we making a third belt? I don't know. I'm not quite sure. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. There's a lot going on. Yeah, it looks good. That's a good looking belt. Nice belt. We wouldn't know, Johnny. You never sent a fucking picture. You would be in the commercial, for fuck's sake. Johnny Smith. I mean, you got one of them. Show it. He does. That's a one of one. Actually, Johnny Smith, there was 3 made like that. Well, a little difference, a little variety. Actually, no, 2 like Johnny Smith. 2K and it's yours, Sonosi? Oh my God, he would sell. Actually, all right, Sonosi. Buy it for $2,000. And it's all yours. The Johnny Smith belt. Just put a marker of your name over it. Yes, this belt. So now when you're winning, I tell you, I don't know any fucking pick'em league that's giving you that. I not any UFC pick'em league. That's doing that. So go on over there for free at MMA-Holes.tv. 493 members. Hell yeah. That's awesome. That's great. Which one you like better? You like the Faf belt or you like the goat milk belt? What do you like better, guys? Faf's got the money strap. Yeah, Undisputed Belts is awesome. They are awesome. They almost couldn't do these designs. I had to keep on sending them different like templates for it, and then they put it together. They're like, you might have actually got us. So we got a very complicated, fun design on both belts. But they pulled it. They knocked it off out of the park. I was thinking with goat milk. Would you think next year for 2026? Would you want to, or 2025 season this year? Would you want the red strap? What do you think? What color strap should it be? Or I was thinking. You know, I was thinking white. I was thinking white strap because it's goat milk. Actually, white strap would be fire. Oh shit! It should be white. What do you guys think? Should I do white? Should I white strap it? Leave everything dark with the white strap because it's goat milk? That kind of makes sense. Shit. Yeah, I was thinking red, but pink strap, I could do that too. White would be good. All right, 2025. It's got to be the white strap. Orange for the old studio. Unpasteurized goat milk. Taz was in another chat saying he relapsed, and that's why he hasn't been. Oh, I hope he's all right, man. Yeah, that kid. Yeah, he's got issues. I hope he's okay. The goat milk superior. White would play. Yeah, well, the insides are pretty dark, so I think the actual plates would pop even more white. Shit, man, I wish I would have thought of that before. So yeah, next season I'm gonna make the belt white. That would look pretty good. I mean, black looks good, but I think white might look better. So I guess that's a white one there. Shit, I wish they could send me what it would look like. You know, I was thinking about doing was getting the belt made for each season and then giving it giving it away, but it wouldn't have your name. If I had all the belts here and then just gave them away, like at the end of each season, like kind of like a UFC belt. But I don't know, do you think that the name on there means more? Which I think it does, it's customized, right? Or would you rather it like a UFC belt where there's no name on it, it's just the year. It just shows you the year you won. What do you think? Snakeskin? Or yeah, you know what I should do? The money belt, I should have you choose what color strap you want. You know? Anyway, I'm so fucking high right now. White wins. Yeah, white's a good idea. XOXO is Taz. Oh, okay. All right, well, I hope you're all right, man. You like the name on it? Yeah, I was gonna make a bunch and have the year on it, like so. I would make like the next 10 belts, and then have them here, and send them out, like kind of like the UFC. But the name, yeah, I guess the name means more. It has your like username, so it makes it, and you become super famous in the community. You got your name on the belts, could be worth something. Like Ben Rothwell's little stick figure drawing worth $1,000. It's crazy. The name on the belt, like WWE has the name on it. I didn't even know that. Goat milk has probiotics and electrolytes. True, it's very true. It has everything, all the vitamins, protein, electrolytes. Goat milk has it all. I can give you a pink belt if you like. All right, so yeah, I was very happy, man. I was happy that they signed on for another year, and that they were able to make the design come to life. That's pretty cool. You guys are going to look good in these. So this will be the sausage and the Stoots. Stoots, if you're in the chat, send a picture with your beautiful belt. Unlike Johnny Smith. It's like he didn't even win. Johnny Smith, we've been waiting like 2 years for you to send a picture of you in the belt. Put a mask on. I don't know. Wear a fucking Hitler stash or something. Be like Mitchell. Someone in the chat asked how long it took me to make this thumbnail. It took a while. It took a while. We spent a lot of time on this one. Oh god, I should do all the thumbnails like a 3-year-old did it. It's a great thumbnail. I don't care what anyone says. That's a good one. I want my foreskin back. Could you believe it? Taking all the Jews' foreskins. All right, what else you guys want to talk about? I feel like I got to stay because he put $500, guys. $500. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. I don't even know what to say, man. So cool. Thank you, Sinosi. Thank you very much.
Someone with editing skills should put Savage Pickwoody the Foff belt.
Someone with editing skills. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Like, if we post, yeah, what we can do is like someone could post, I could pose with it or something. And then you got the frame, you just put the fucking sausage on it. Put a picture of sausage in the belt. So the sausage belt. We're going to have a sausage belt thanks to the Hearns. There's the sausage belt. You know what would be kind of cool? If we put your avatar on the belt. That's something I just thought of. You know, on the goat milk belt? Instead of the name, put your avatar on it. Right? What do you guys think? Maybe on the side panels? Like right where, actually, you know what we can do? Maybe the plate. I'm afraid of some of the avatars. I don't give a shit. Whatever you want. You could put a fucking pussy on there and I'll just put it on the belt. I don't care. As long as Google lets you do it in the chat. That would kind of be cool. Instead of the name, the avatar. But then again, I would suck because some of you guys have avatars of other people, right? Like Omar has Hasbullah. So imagine this dude has fucking Hasbullah on his belt. Clams? You know, not only am I the king of the dragons, but I am the king of the clams. Should I just keep on going with king of clam? Mystic Moss, king of the dragons, king of the clams. I've been making, you want to hear some of my Mystic Moss songs? I did the same thing. I just altered the words a little bit. I just wanted to hear different versions of this shit. But this is the one I like. Check this out. Check it out. Give it to me.
Mystic. Moss, 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 mystic. Mystic. Moss, 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 moss. Mystic. Perfect predictions. Always right, meta intimidated. That his hair is so tight. Perfect beard. Beautiful wife, he's all about that. MMA-Holes life. He is mystic. Moss, 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 mystic. Moss, 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 now hit that like. Mystic Moss is about to call some fights, asking crazy questions to champion fighters, eating edibles and pulling all night. Started the genre, started up some drama. If your wife looks at him too long, she'll wanna be his baby mama. Clam to clam, dick to dick. His name is Mystic. Moss, 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 Mystic. Mystic. Moss, 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 moss. Mystic. Perfect predictions. Always right, meta intimidated. That his hair is so tight. Perfect beard. Beautiful wife, he's all about that. MMA-Holes life. He is mystic. Now stop what you're doing and hit that like. Mystic Moss is about to call some fights, asking crazy questions to champion fighters, eating edibles and pulling all-nighters. Started a genre, started up some drama. If your wife looks at him too long, she'll wanna be his baby mama. Clam to clam, dick to dick. His name is Mystic. Mus, 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 mystic, mystic, mus, 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 mus.
I was vibing to that. I was vibing so much to that. I was vibing hard to that. I was vibing so fucking hard. So sucking hard. So yeah, I was up last night. I was having a little fun with that stuff. That shit was the catchiest one to me. So that's my theme song, guys. I have a theme song now. Where is the video? Da, 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 da. What did I just do? I'm so fucked up. Okay, here we go. Mas. I just saved something. I don't even know where the fuck I saved it. Mas. Let me see. Let me try to do something here. Add. Media. You don't even have to AI Bryce Mitchell because he does, right? He says it all for you. Crazy bastard. Fucking Bryce Mitchell. That's a crazy man, yeah. I don't know what accent that was. I'm trying to pull something up. Mas. I hope this freaking new scene works. I just saved something. I don't even know where I saved it to. The fuck? What am I doing? Mas. Doom.
Mouse.
You're a sleeper.
Mouse.
I know he loves my hair.
Mystic.
So I was fucking around with this. Man, I'm too fucked up. I don't know how I do this when like I'm this messed up. I don't know. Where am I right now? I'm somewhere. I'm somewhere out there.
Mouse. Mystic. Mouse. Perfect predictions, always right, man, not intimidated, that his hair is so tight. Perfect beard, beautiful wife, he's all about that MMA-Holes life. He is mystic. Mouse.
Jessie sings this to me before she serves me dinner. She starts twerking.
Mouse, mystic.
It looks like GFL. Oh my god. That's what I was going for. I was trying to go for GFL draft.
Wonderful. Now stop what you're doing and hit that like. Mystic Moss is about to call some fight.
What else we got here? Yeah. That's beautiful. That's a beautiful
Perfect predictions, always right. Men are intimidated that his hair is so tight. Perfect beard, beautiful wife, he's all about that MMA-Holes life. He is Mystic.
Shout out to the GFL. This sounds like a tranny. Bryce Mitchell wants to burn this voice immediately.
Wonderful, wonderful. Now stop what you're doing and hit that like. Mystic Moss is about to cause some fights, asking crazy questions to champion fighters, eating edibles and pulling all-nighters. Started a
You know what would be funny? Like when I have my guests like in a waiting room or something like that, I just have them listen to my narcissistic songs about myself. Just have them sitting there and they just hear this in the background like while they're waiting for me to interview them.
Started up some drama. If your wife looks at him too long, she'll wanna be his baby mama. Clam to clam, dick to dick. His name is Mystic. Mouse, 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 mouse.
Such a banger.
Mouse, mouse, mouse. Mystic. Mouse, 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 mouse.
It's fucking good, man. I'm so talented.
To clam, dick to dick.
All right, next.
Mystic, Mystic, mouse, mouse, mouse. Mouse, 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 mouse. Mouse, 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 mouse. Perfect predictions, always right. Men are intimidated that his hair is so tight. Perfect beard, beautiful wife. He's all about that MMA-Holes life. He is Mystic Moss, mouse, mouse. Mouse, 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 mouse. Mouse, 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 mouse. Mystic mouse, mouse, mouse. Mouse, 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 mouse. Mouse, 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 mouse. Now stop what you're doing and hit that like. Mystic Moss is about to call some fights, asking crazy questions to champion fighters, eating edibles and pulling all-nighters. Started a genre, started up some drama. If your wife looks at him too long, she'll wanna be his baby mama. Clam to clam, dick to dick. His name is Mystic Moss, mouse, mouse. Mouse, 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 mouse. Mouse, 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 mouse. Mystic mouse, mouse, mouse. Mouse, 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 mouse. Mouse, 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 mouse.
Not bad, right? That's actually a pretty good one. That's a pretty good one. Pretty good one right there. I like that one. That's fucking good. It's catchy. Yeah. Anyway. So how's your day going? Oh God, dude. Yeah. You want to talk about that plane crash? I'm going to get into that. And then we'll get out of here. Should have played these songs when Schwab was walking. Yeah, I know. So he knew where I was, right? I should have had this shit blasting. Yeah. I should have fucking had that just as soon as he walked out of the studio and into the cafeteria. He heard he heard this. I tell you, the AI has gotten a lot better. Fucking good. That's so good. This is perfection. That's what D-Rest dropped the $500 for. He knows good content. He knows how it works. Justin, Angela Yang and Sean Kay, 2 child ice dancers, were among the victims of the tragic DC plane crash. My goodness. This was reported the last performance they did together. Oh, my God. That is fucking heartbreaking. But it was done on purpose. That's what I'm saying, man. You can't be... Oh, that is terrible. These poor fucking kids. How old are they? Oh, dude. Oh, that's terrible, man. Whose building started shaking when Moss song came out? You can see cars hopping in the street to the Moss song. It's going to be the biggest thing out there. Mm-hmm. It's going to be so big. That ruined my night, right? Yeah, that's fucked up. That is absolutely terrible. Oh, fuck, dude. That is horrific. And you got people like, oh, yeah, that was meant to happen. Livingston family, so these people passed too. Oh, my God. 14, 11, 48, and 48. Whew. Jesus. All right, let me get out of this topic. Here we go. Here's the flight attendants, 53 years old and 34. Is that Blind Beauty? Have been identified among the victims of the DC plane crash. My God, dude. I mean, I'm like, let's get out of this, and now I can't stop. I can't fucking stop. Ah, shit. You pre-came? All right.
Wonderful.
Yeah, Blind Beauty. It was a good go. 8 days ago, Trump fired 400 FAA senior officials, the TSA head, and 3,000 air traffic controllers. Now American Airlines plane collided with Black Hawk 65 did. See this fucking guy? See this guy over here? This guy is a fucking asshole. You want to know why? Because he looks for an angle to blame and push his political beliefs on a fucking crazy situation. Oh, is that the actual crash? Fuck, I didn't see that. What a piece of shit. These people died because you voted for that guy. You fucking asshole. Just an asshole of a person. I hate that man. Give these people a chance to fucking mourn their families before you throw your stupid shit out there. Like, it's crazy. I don't care which side it's on. Like, that's just... There's no excuse for people to walk the earth like that. Sign off. I only changed the studio name. You're not in any obligation. Yeah. No, I could fucking change it. Actually, thank you for reminding me. The completely new. Just fucking change. You pay $500, bro. You could change it to the Cock and Bull studio. I mean, $500. I gotta write this down so I remember. The completely new. That's fucking cool, man. I still can't believe you did that. There was a false rumor last night. There was four survivors, but as far as I know, that's not true, and there has been none. Oh yeah. I mean, I don't think anyone survived. It's fucking terrible, man. It's like one of my biggest fears. I'm terrified of planes. Then my parents went on a plane today. Actually, I don't even know. Hopefully they're all right. Like, now you got me fucking... Let's see. Let's see if they... yeah, I didn't hear shit from them. You guys land okay? You got me. You got me fucking... All right. What is it called? The completely new. The completely new. The completely new studios. Yeah. I know. Right? Uh-oh. There was a false rumor oh, I saw it. I read that shit. Okay. Mm-hmm. So is this the crash? Oh. Oh my God. I didn't see this yet. Fucking hell, dude. Oh. Flew right into it. How does that happen? Oh, fucking hell. Look at this. Oh my God, dude. That's insane. Oh, that's crazy. Oh my God. So the first one is the best. Kennedy Center Cam. Fuck. Oh my God. Yeah, this angle's nuts. Oh my God, dude. How does that fucking happen? Dude, that is nuts. I can't even believe I just saw that. Like, that's crazy. How does that happen? It's like it looked like such a smooth landing, too. This shit was just cruising down for a solid landing, and this helicopter just flew right into the fucking plane. Dude, that is nuts. I can't believe I just saw that. Doesn't seem real, right? Yeah, like, what the fuck? Yeah, well, we're going to find out what the hell happened. That shit is definitely gonna... Heads will roll. Fucking hell, dude. Crazy. Trump did fire those people? Okay. Final Destination. Yeah, it doesn't look real. It's crazy, right? Oh, man. Can you believe Trump blamed it on Biden administration? Did he say, is that what he said? Fucking hell. Is that what he said? I don't believe anything anyone says in the chat because like, I don't even like, hold on. Let me see if he put anything. Did he say it in the, actually, is there a speech? Let's see. If he blamed it on this Biden administration, it's like, what the fuck? Trust me, bro. Let's see. Trump. I'm sure he's been doing speeches for everything, so I'm sure he did a speech on this, right? Oh, here we go. Don't tell me he did. No, it's 3 days ago. President Trump delivers remarks following DC plane crash. Mas. Play the ad. Play all the ads. He blames it on Obama and Biden. All right, let's see. If he did, that's fucked. That's so fucked. What's up? What's going on with this long-ass commercial? Bryce Mitchell is who Sean Strickland thinks he is. Moss. Wow, these commercials. You can't even skip these. I need those commercials. Forcing you to watch them. If he said that, then it would be all over the news. Well, we're gonna watch. If he doesn't say this in the if I watch 17 minutes of this shit and he doesn't say it, I'm gonna fucking lose it. I'm gonna lose it, guys. You're gonna fucking, if you waste 17 minutes of my goddamn life and he doesn't say anything about the Biden or previous administration is why this happened, I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. So you better stick around for 17 minutes of this dog shit. All right, come on, let's go. I don't want to skip it. I want to give you your money.
White House requesting for a moment of silence after the deadly midair collision.
God, have another cigarette.
Here in our nation's capital.
It was sad. Super sad.
Thank you very much. I speak to you this morning in an hour of anguish for our nation. Just before 9 p.m. last night, an American Airlines regional jet carrying 60 passengers and 4 crew collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter carrying 3 military service members over the Potomac River in Washington, D.C., while on final approach to Reagan National Airport. Both aircraft crashed instantly and were immediately submerged into the icy waters of the Potomac. Real tragedy. The massive search and rescue mission was underway throughout the night, leveraging every asset at our disposal, and I have to say the local, state, federal, military, including the United States Coast Guard in particular, they've done a phenomenal job. So quick, so fast, it was mobilized immediately. The work is now shifted to...
I'll tell you what, you don't really hear, like, giving credit where it's due. You know, usually they kind of skip that part. They just say, hey, we sent these people over there, and that's that.
To a recovery mission. Sadly, there are no survivors. This was a dark and excruciating night in our nation's capital and in our nation's history, and a tragedy of terrible proportions. As one nation, we grieve for every precious soul that has been...
I don't know if I want to sit through 17 minutes of this, man. I hope there's something juicy that comes out of this, because honestly, I'm already checked out.
Taken from us so suddenly, and we are a country of... Really, we are in mourning. This is really shaken a lot of people, including people, very sadly, from other nations who were on the flight. For the family members back in Wichita, Kansas, here in Washington, D.C., and throughout the United States and in Russia, we have a Russia contingent, some very talented people. Unfortunately, were on that plane. Very, very, very sorry about that. Whose loved ones were aboard the passenger jet. We can only begin to imagine the agony that you're all feeling. Nothing worse.
Jeffrey, I don't know. That's crazy. That video is crazy that I just watched. Like, I can't even wrap my head around it.
On behalf of the First Lady, myself, and 340 million Americans, our hearts are shattered alongside yours, and our prayers are with you now and in the days to come. We'll be working very, very diligently in the days to come. We're here for you to wipe away the tears and to offer you our devotion, our love, and our support. There's great support. In moments like this...
I like when he repeats himself. Our support. It was great support. he always does that. He just repeats everything.
The differences between Americans fade to nothing compared to the bonds of affection and loyalty that unite us all, both as Americans and even as nations. We are one family, and today we are all heartbroken. We're all searching for answers. That icy Potomac, it was a cold, cold night. Cold water. We're all overcome with the grief for many who have so tragically perished, will no longer be with us.
I'm like, I don't know, maybe it's the edible, but it's like, I feel like I'm like living it. Like, I feel like in my brain, it's reenacting what happened, how this fucking thing's going down. Everyone's like, okay, we're about to land. And then you're looking out your window and you see fucking this helicopter coming straight at you. Fucking hell, dude. That is like horrific. And then the helicopter hits it, it explodes, and then the shit drops into the cold ass water. Oh my God, dude. Imagine you fucking survive. Somehow you survive like the impact, but then the water gets you. Like I hope when that thing impacted, I hope it just took everyone out. Oh, fucking hell, dude. Ninja show, right, man? Dude, I can't. Dude, my brain is like so fucked thinking about this and these poor people. These kids and shit. Like, God. Dude, this is... Why did we go here? How did I get here? Imagine watching the helicopter from a distance and watching it get closer and closer. I know, right? Like, listen, all I think about is 9/11. I remember watching that shit. I'm like, what? Like, your brain doesn't even... When you see something like that, your brain, it doesn't even register. Like, you don't really even know what you're looking at. You're like, what? Like, it's weird. I don't know if anyone's been in a situation when they've seen something that they definitely weren't supposed to see. Your brain, your body just goes into this weird mode where it's just like, that's not real. What's that shit? The fuck? So imagine you're sitting, you're in the airport, you're looking out the fucking window, and you see that? And then Chris Lytle was in the airport when it happened. And everything got canceled. And he was like there. Like, could you imagine? And you had to get on a plane after that? Like, fucking hell, I'd be shit. My parents had to get on a plane today. Hopefully they got home all right. Yeah, Tony, right? Yeah, people probably survived the impact. You know, if you're sitting in a different portion and then you got the free fall into fucking icy cold water. Dude, what? Oh my God, dude. Think about the feeling of free falling on a ride or some shit like that. You're plummeting to your fucking death. Oh my God, dude. I mean, I don't even know what to say. It's nuts, man. It's fucking crazy.
Together we take solace in the knowledge that their journey ended not in the cold waters of the Potomac, but in the warm embrace of a loving God. We do not know what led to this crash, but we have some very strong opinions and ideas, and I think we'll probably state those opinions now. Because over the years I've watched as things like this happen, and they say, well, we're always investigating, and then the investigation 3 years later, they announce it. We think we...
Here it comes. Here it comes. So it took him, 3 minutes and 48 seconds. Here we go. Here we go. I hate that he's making... Like, I hate that I'm laughing. I hate it. I'm laughing for all the wrong reasons.
Have some pretty good ideas, but we'll find...
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Such assholes. People are such assholes. Even our president. All a bunch of assholes. Like, there's something in us. Something horrible happens. We're like, oh, you know what? This is my chance to strike. let me crowbar my opinion on. Let me push the corpses to the side and crowbar my opinion in. It's nuts, man. We're all wired that way. It's just the severe narcissists go to the next level and just go for it. Here he goes. Jesus. It's using dead people to push your opinion around.
Find out how this disaster occurred, and we'll ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. The FAA and the NTSB and the U.S. military will be carrying out a systematic and comprehensive investigation. Our new Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, his second day on the job. When that happened, it's a rough one. We'll be working.
Is it possible that it was terrorism? I mean, it sure looks like it, right? I mean, but I don't know what they're like. What's the terrorist like? Why that flight? I mean, there were like Olympic athletes on there, right? I don't know if it was a terrorist act. What was the reasoning? I mean, you saw that guy with the freaking bomb with the Tesla, which is really peculiar. We never really got the real answers on what the fuck was going on with that. Then this happens. Like, that was pretty relatively, and this is like on a massive level of wrong. It's just super weird. I'm very curious on how this plays out.
Tirelessly, he's a great gentleman. The whole group these are great people, and they are working tirelessly to...
This is the first time I get to see the bald part of Don's hair. Never seen this before. Somehow he's successfully can kind of cover that up in the middle, but you can actually see the skin there. He's losing the battle. It's finally losing the battle. Look. You can see it all in there. They got him out of his pajamas to do this speech. Hey, I'll tell you what, he doesn't give a fuck. Didn't get his wig on right.
To figure out exactly what happened. We will state certain opinions, however. I'm also immediately appointing an acting commissioner to the FAA, Christopher Rocheleau, a 22-year veteran of the agency, highly respected. Christopher, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We must have only the highest standards for those who work in our aviation system. I changed the Obama standards, from very mediocre at best to extraordinary. You remember that. Only the highest aptitude, they have to be the highest intellect and psychologically superior people were allowed to qualify for air traffic controllers. That was not so prior to getting there. When I arrived in 2016, I made that change very early on because I always felt this was a job that, and other jobs too, but this was a job that had to be superior intelligence. And we didn't really have that, and we had it. And then when I left office and Biden took over, he changed them back to lower than ever before. I put safety first. Obama, Biden, and the Democrats put policy first. And they put politics at a level that nobody's...
Why? Why? What is he doing? What is he could have just left it. He just could have left it. He could have just left it as is. Whether he's telling the truth or he's lying. I mean, why? Why? No time to pat yourself on the back and blame. People are dead. Let's get to the bottom of this. Let's figure out what's going on. Why?
Ever seen, because this was the lowest level. Their policy was horrible, and their politics was even worse. So as you know, last week, long before the crash, I signed an executive order restoring our highest standards for air traffic controllers and other important jobs throughout the country. So it was very interesting. About a week ago, almost upon entering office, I signed something last week that was an executive order, very powerful, on restoring the highest standards of air traffic controllers and others, by the way. Then my administration will set the highest possible bar for aviation safety. We have to have our smartest people. It doesn't matter what they look like, how they speak, who they are. It matters intellect, talent, the word talent.
So basically no HR. We need the, and I agree, most talented people you got to be putting in the spots. Okay.
They have to be talented, naturally talented geniuses. You can't have regular people doing that job. They won't be able to do it. But we'll restore faith in American air travel.
Okay, but all right, that's great. Can we get to the part where we're going to figure out what the hell happened here? Can we just, all right, what happened?
I'll have more to say about that. I do want to point out that various articles that appeared prior to my entering office, and here's one. The FAA's diversity push includes focus on hiring people with severe intellectual and psychiatric disabilities. That is amazing. And then it says FAA says people with severe disabilities are most underrepresented segment of the workforce, and they want them in, and they want them, they can be air traffic controllers. I don't think so.
What? There's something that says there are people with disabilities, severe disabilities, could be air traffic controllers?
This was in January 14th, so that was a week before I entered office. They put a big push to put diversity into the FAA's program. Then another...
Did he just call black people like retards? Or something? I think he just flat out... Did I hear that correctly? Did he just call a race or a bunch of retards or something, or minorities retards? That's what I got out of it. Oh boy. Schaub, new air traffic controller? Maybe. Maybe, yeah. You can have severe disabilities. It seems like he's got them. Oh my God. They are to be fit. Jesus Christ, bro. Oh God. It just, oh man. People can spin this in two different directions. I mean, listen, I just want to know what happened, you know, but this is opening up a whole can of worms because people are going to come to his defense and say, you know, what he means by whatever he's saying. And then there's going to be other people that got to spin it in another direction, you know. I think less is more. You address the situation. We're going to find out what happened, and that's that. And don't worry about this shit. He said, she said, this one did that, that one did this. Let's just get to work. You know, the pointing fingers is gone. It's not an election anymore, right? You're a president now. Let's just get to work. We don't need to know any of this shit. The more he talks, sometimes is worse for him.
Article, the Federal Aviation Administration, this was before I got to office, recently, second term. The FAA is actively recruiting workers who suffer severe intellectual disabilities, psychiatric problems, and other mental and physical conditions under a diversity and inclusion hiring initiative spelled out.
Oh my God. It's funny because it's probably true, but it's just so funny that he's bringing it up here. He's probably right. He's probably telling the truth. It's just fucking hilarious.
On the agency's...
It's not, the timing's so off. You know, even if he's telling the truth here, which he probably is, the timing is so fucking weird.
Website. Can you imagine? These are people that are, I mean, actually, their lives are shortened because of the stress that they have.
Of these retards that we hire. Oh my God. It's so crazy, man. I don't know, man. It's just nuts. This is not a necessity. None of this. I mean, it's great content though. Like if you're watching, if you want to get a good chuckle, it's funny. But it's at the expense of these fucking families. These poor families.
Brilliant people have to be in those positions, and their lives are actually shortened, very substantially shortened because of the stress.
Could you picture like the retards at the air traffic? One of these tards of the sky got in the helicopter. Where the helicopter go? Oh no! Don't think it's supposed to go that way. I don't know how you make this thing. Is that what's going on? What's going on with these helicopters? Oh God! Ground control, Major Tom.
Where you have many, many planes coming into one target, and you need a very special talent and a very special genius to
Well,
be
they are special, right? You're claiming
able to do it. Targeted disabilities are those disabilities that the federal government, as a matter of policy, has identified for special emphasis in recruitment and hiring. The FAA's website states they include hearing, vision, missing extremities, partial paralysis, complete.
it's like side effects of Cialis or whatever the hell drugs. He's listed them all for you guys. Dude, it's hysterical. He made the point and he just keeps going with it. It's like an SNL skit. He just keeps fucking going. Listen, it's great content, man. It's phenomenal. You would never sit through any other. You would never sit through any other president because you don't get this kind of material, man. He just keeps going.
Complete paralysis, epilepsy, severe intellectual disability, psychiatric disability, and dwarfism all qualify.
Dwarfism. They can't see over the desk. The fucking dwarfs. They couldn't. The freaking helicopter crashed because there was a bunch of dwarfs. Got me snorting. I'm gonna wake up the whole goddamn family, man. They can't see over the desk. They can't see shit. They can't tell the helicopter where to go. The helicopter crashed because of the fucking dwarfs. This is crazy, man.
Paralysis, complete paralysis, epilepsy, severe intellectual disability, psychiatric disability, and dwarfism all qualify for the position of...
He's like, could you believe it? Dwarfs.
A controller of airplanes pouring into our country, pouring into a little spot, a little dot on the map, a little runway. The initiative is part of the FAA's Diversity and Inclusion Hiring Plan. Think of that. The initiative is part of the FAA's Diversity and Inclusion Hiring Plan, which...
Those damn retarded minority dwarves. You got to watch out for them. It's the big three, you know? Minority, retarded dwarfs. I mean, that is the worst of all evils. If you ever hire triple threat. Could you believe this? This is what we're hiring. It's got to stop. You can't fucking hire them. All three?
Says diversity is integral to achieving FAA's mission of ensuring safe and efficient travel. I don't think so. I think it's just the opposite. The FAA website shows that the agency's guidance on diversity hiring.
Diversity, by the way, diversity hiring is really stupid. It's like the dumbest thing. It's been going on for a while. There's a lot of that stuff. I think we should just educate people a little bit more. You know? It's just nuts. There's got to be a way to do it, you know. We're all fucking people. This diversity shit. It's like we're all the fucking same. Like, what do you do? We all have blood. We all shit. We all piss. There's no such thing as a celebrity. Besides me. But other than that, everyone's the same. Every color is the fucking same. This diversity shit. Like, there's no reason for that shit anymore. Enough. Racism is dead. It's gone. People say the N-word in chats. Ignore them. Block them. They're fucking idiots. You don't have to fucking hire people because of the color of the skin or because they're retarded dwarfs.
Last updated on March 23rd of 22. They wanted to make it even more so. And then I came in, and I assume maybe this is the reason. The FAA, which is overseen by Secretary Pete Buttigieg, a real winner. That guy's a real winner. Do you know how badly everything's run since he's run this Department of Transportation?
My God, he's got enemies everywhere. He's going after him. He's going hard. These bodies they're still getting dragged out of the fucking water, the ice cold water. And he's just roasting this fucking guy.
He's a disaster. He was a disaster as a mayor. He ran his city into the ground, and he's...
You know what it is? It's like he's on this revenge tour. It's like Kill Bill or Kill Biden. That's what it's like. He's like Uma Thurman, and he got fucked over in the last election, right? According to him, he got fucked over. So now he was on this 4-year trapped in a cave. You know, like Batman, getting ready. And now he's out for blood. He's elected the president. It's such a revenge story. He doesn't care. People dead. He don't give a fuck. He's like, I'm gonna get my I'm gonna rip their hearts out. It's Kill Bill. And it's kind of badass if you think about it. You know, I mean, say what you will. It's hilarious, but it's kind of badass. He don't give a fuck. He don't care if you're dead. Revenge. Rip everyone's heart out.
He's a disaster now. He's just got a good line of bullshit.
No. No. That's a first. A president that I haven't heard this man curse at all. I haven't heard him ever curse. And then he waits until second term of president. This is legit Kill Bill shit. Yo, this guy's on a fucking he is out for blood. Dude, what? He's like, I couldn't even fucking piece my wig together. So he's pissed. Wow. Bullshit. No, it's not. Who cares? They're just words. But has another president? I mean, I'm sure, you know, the presidents that went to war, different story. They're cursing and yelling and screaming, but I never heard a situation like this. Like, think about it. 9/11 happened. Never a bullshit from Bush. You know? It's crazy. This is who you voted for? It's kind of badass. I gotta be honest. It's hilarious, but it's badass. I have no problem with voting for this guy. I have, especially after our other options. There's like zero. You can get me on the jab. You're not gonna get me on this one. This is great. Like, what the fuck? You want Kamala? Like, I mean, Kamala's not dropping bullshit. Wow. I'm like in shock. President saying bullshit. Pretty cool.
He was a disaster as a mayor. He ran his city into the ground, and he's a disaster now. He's just got a good line of bullshit. The Department of Transportation.
That's what we need. Now he's going to start dropping F-bombs and shit. That's great. A president doing a speech and be like, I can't fucking believe what's going on right now. That's what we need. It's kind of refreshing. You know? The whole, like, it was kind of getting ridiculous in the beginning, and I'm like, oh, here we go with this shit. He won me over, motherfucker. I don't agree with, like, I feel so bad for the families, and I don't think he has any grief at all for the families. He just wants to make sure he gets his revenge at all costs. But wow, it's good content.
His government agency charged with regulating civil aviation. Well, he runs it, 45,000 people, and he's run it right into the ground with his diversity. So I had to say that it's terrible. Then it's
oh my God.
A group within the FAA, another story, determined that the workforce was too white, that they had concerted efforts to
oh my God, dude, this
get
is crazy.
the administration to change that and to change it.
You know what is crazy about him? Like, there are things you probably don't talk about, right? You just take care of it behind closed doors if you really believe in a different, especially when it comes to race and shit like that. But the fact that he just blurts this shit out, it's nuts, man. They were too white.
Immediately, this was in the Obama administration just prior to my getting there. And we took care of African Americans, Hispanic Americans.
I mean, it is a little long. I am stopping it, in fairness, but like he got, you know, he got his points out here, but he's really. Does anyone ask him questions? Media ask him shit? That should get good. Oh shit! Let's lick some lips. $50. Yes, let's go. Ooh.
Contract just signed. Lick the lips. Broke all the records. Lick the lips. Power slap wife in Mexico. Lick the lips. Hitting on 16. Lick the lips. Apex wet dreams. Lick the lips. Delicious lips. Must lick the lips. Lick the lips. Lick the lips.
Oh my God.
Yummy lips. Yummy lips. Lick the lips. Lick the lips. Yum yum lips. Yum yum lips. Yum yum lips. Yum yum lips. Yummy yummy lips. Yummy yummy lips. Yummy yummy lips. Yummy yummy lips.
Yo, you guys are fucking crazy. Drinky cow.
Increase pay-per-view price. Lick the lips. Sign fighters on the cheap. Lick the lips. Lie to reporters. Lick the lips. Hire Nina Drama. Lick the lips. Didn't talk to his mama. Lick the lips. She wrote a book about him being a naughty boy. WMMA will never be in the UFC. Lick the lips. Lick the lips. WMMA main events are in the UFC. Lick the lips. Lick the lips. John Jones.
It's just, guys, let me explain something to you. John Jones is a whole nother. John Jones is, I consider John Jones the greatest combat fighter of all time.
Delicious lips, must lick the lips. Lick the lips, lick the lips. Yummy lips, yummy lips. Lick the lips, lick the lips. Yum yum lips, yum yum lips. Yum yum lips, yum yum lips. Yummy yummy lips, yummy yummy lips. Yummy yummy lips, yummy yummy lips.
Wow. $50. You get your money's worth on that one. Songs take
Hail
forever.
God Emperor Trump. Leave that white boy alone, Adolf Mitchler.
And then a rumble. Well, whoever that is, Drinky Crow 31. You are phenomenal. $50 donation. Come on. That is great.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Thank you. Jeez, guys. You guys are fucking amazing. Absolutely amazing. $50 fucking dollars. Holy shit. You guys try to get me emotional. So anyway. We were talking about Trump addressing this whole plane situation. And then that song threw us for a loop. You do know 45K flights a day, 45K flights a day in the U.S. alone. Your chances are higher dying in a car crash than in the plane crash, but all the air traffic controllers are idiots. Well, no, they're minority midget idiots. Yeah, it's funny. I was telling my dad that today. I was like, the odds of a plane crashing, like the odds are like, I was like, it's just insanity. And then to go down like that is crazy. But that's the problem. If it wasn't foul play or anything like that, and it was just incompetence at the control room, which it has to be, right? Because they were literally on a crash course for each other. Like, what was the helicopter doing? Like, that's the guy that was flying the helicopter. I mean, we'll never know. He's dead. There's got to be like some sort of recovery of the audio or something. Something very off here. So, I mean, he could be right. But the problem is, like, his timing is just not perfect. I think he's trying to do it at inappropriate times so it gets to everyone's ears. I mean, it's effective, but it's kind of cringy, too. If it was a midget tard, I'm going to shut my... Let's keep our fingers crossed and hope that it is a minority midget retard, because the audio's on YouTube? No. In the helicopter? Man, I'm too high for this conversation. If I say anything inappropriate, I'm going to blame it on the weed. But I'm definitely too high to handle any of this that's going on right now. We've been live for 3 hours and 30 minutes. There's audio of them requesting the helicopter back to base, but it didn't respond. Huh. Whoa. Where's that? You guys drop it in Discord or some shit? I want to hear that. If you could drop it in Discord, let me know. Just pulled the black boxes earlier from the water. Okay, yeah, I want to hear that.
Care of everybody at
Wow, that's crazy. So it sounds... Oh, man. There's some sort of incompetence.
Levels that nobody's ever seen before. It's one of the reasons I won. But they actually came out with a directive to white. And we want the people that are competent. But now we mourn and we pray and would like to ask all Americans to join me in a moment of silence as we ask God to watch over those who have lost their lives and bring comfort to the loved ones. And I just want to say God bless everyone in this room. This has been a terrible, very short period of time. We'll get to the bottom of it. So we all saw the same thing.
Yeah, but if you crash into a helicopter because of gay minority dwarfs, you're fucked. I'll take my chance with my own competence behind the wheel. Yeah, I forgot gay too, right? Gay, tranny, minority, retarded dwarves. The dwarf thing is fucking hilarious.
We've seen it many times. I've had the honor of hearing tapes. Tapes are scary, very scary tapes. You had a airliner coming in, American Airlines. He was doing everything right. He was on track. He was the same track as everybody else. They came in. It's probably the same track as they've had for 25 years or more. He's coming in the path. And for some reason, you had a helicopter that was at the same height, obviously when they hit, but pretty much the same height, and going at an angle.
Man. Hey, Mike H., thank you so much, my man. 51 months as a gummy ganger. We appreciate you. God, I wish Trump would be quiet. I wish Trump would be quiet. Well, we got 4 years. We're stuck. Use it as entertainment. Shut the fuck up. I mean, I don't know. I do kind of find him entertaining. I do. I mean, very bad timing.
That was unbelievably bad when the air traffic controller...
Yeah, why were they on the same path? What the fuck?
Said, do you see? You know, he was talking about, do you see him? But there was very little time left when that was stated. And then...
Huh. Yeah, it is weird. So it came in at the last second, so that would be at the tower. At the last second. Hey, do you see him? Yeah, why wouldn't they say, hey, listen, you got some time, get out of the way.
Then also, he said, follow him in. And then almost immediately after that, seconds after that, there was the crash that took place. Well, you follow them in. That means like everything's fine. Follow them in. You had a pilot problem.
If that is true, that's fucked. That is fucked.
From the standpoint of the helicopter, I mean,
Why would he even lie about that? So I'm going to just assume that's true. Like, that'd be crazy to lie about that. It doesn't even make any sense. So yeah, so that's fucked.
It was visual. It was a very clear night. It was cold but clear, and clear as you could be. It
was dark though, right? If it's at night, typically it's dark. So even if it's clear out, I mean,
American Airlines plane had lights blazing. They had.
I mean, it would be even more the traffic control's fault, right? Because visibility is down. Yeah, maybe he didn't see it. Could you imagine if the helicopter guy, he didn't fucking see it? How do you? I don't know.
All of their landing lights on. I could see it from the Kennedy Center tape. We had a tape up on the Kennedy Center. That seems to be the primary. Thus far, I'm sure we'll see other tapes because it's such an area where there are a lot of cameras looking up into the air, into space. So we'll probably see many other shots of it before too much time goes by. But we had a situation where you had a helicopter that had the ability to stop. I have helicopters. You can stop a helicopter very quickly. It had the ability to go up or down. It had the ability to turn.
Yeah, what?
And the turn it made was not the correct turn, obviously. It did somewhat the opposite of what it was told. We don't know that would have been the difference because the timing was so tight. It was so little. There was so little time to think. But what you did have is you had vision. The helicopter had vision of the plane because you had vision of it all the way, perfect vision of it all the way from
it's so weird,
at Kennedy Center where the tape was taken. And for some reason, there weren't adjustments made. Again, you could have slowed down the helicopter substantially. You could have stopped the helicopter. You could have gone up. You could have gone down. You could have gone straight up, straight down. You could have turned. You could have done a million different maneuvers. For some reason, it just kept going.
It's so weird hearing a president, though, talk like the everyday person. You know? Like, he's talking about this like he's talking to, like, normal people. Usually a president, the way they do it, it's very... Like the way he's talking about this shit and describing it, it makes it even crazier to think about, right?
And then made a slight turn at the very end. And
yeah, right? Like, they wouldn't give their opinion on this. Like, you could say what you will. Maybe it's unprofessional as a president or whatever, but I got to be honest with you. Like, at least it feels like you're at the coffee shop and you're, having a conversation with someone that you can be like, oh, wow, that's crazy. Yeah, what do you think about it? You're in the elevator as you're waiting for your floor. Like, I'd rather someone talk to us like that rather than constantly reading off of shit, robotic and half dead.
By that time, it was too late. They shouldn't have been at the same height, because if it was at the same height, you could have gone under it or over it. And
he does talk to us like we're 5 years old, though. I did notice that sometimes, like the way he keeps re-explaining himself. Like we understand. You said that already. We get it.
Nobody realized, or they didn't say that it's at the same height. At the same height, it still wouldn't have been great, but you would have missed it by quite a bit. Could have been 1,000 feet higher. It could have been 200 feet lower. But it was exactly at the same height, and somebody
well, like, what's the odds of it going straight into the fucking plane? Like, even timing that. Like, how, like...
I've been able to point that out. So all of this is going to be studied, but it just seems to me, from a couple of words that I like to use, the words common sense, some really bad things happened. And some...
Does the media ask him questions? I want to hear the questions.
Things happened that shouldn't have happened. So you had a helicopter going in an identical direction. You had a helicopter that was at the exact same height as somebody going in essentially...
He keeps repeating himself. Like, I'm here for it, but why is he repeating it? Like, he has like a time limit that he has to hit. Like, he has to make sure he gets to a specific time. Because a 15-minute YouTube video will go more viral. Like, I feel like that's in the back of his head. That's why he keeps repeating himself. And thank you for 51 months. Says, shut the hell up, Trump. Suck it, a dwarf. Could be, yeah, just dwarfs. Thank you, Ann. No thank you to that dwarf in the tower. I think that's why he repeats himself, because he knows it has to go a certain amount of time to monetize the shit out of it. People think I'm condescending, and that means I talk down to people. Thank you for sharing that.
Actually, the opposite direction. You had a plane that was following a track, which is a track that every other plane followed. And I don't imagine, I know I've heard today that they might have been following the preceding plane, which was pretty close, but not that close, the preceding plane. But you wouldn't have even been able to see that because of the direction that the helicopter was coming in at. So you had a confluence of bad decisions that
got to deport these illegal dwarfs. The dwarf thing is crazy, man. It's so funny, man, that he brought that up. It's funny that it's there. It's funny that he said it at this time. Everything's so funny, man. These fucking dwarfs. Could you imagine? You can't discriminate. It doesn't matter if they're a dwarf. Oh, my God.
were made. And you have people that lost their lives, violently lost their lives. We're going to take...
All right. No press. Is there another one that has the press? I want to hear the press questions. It was bad. Mas.
If none of your friends have told you about...
Any press? Those dwarves. Those dwarves in the control tower. These poor people, man. Dwarves are us. We're here to kick your fucking ass, Trump. Man. And would Mike H hire a bunch of dwarves to power wash with them? Mike's power washing dwarves. I think it's got a good ring to it. That'd be pretty cool. You got to hire a bunch of dwarves to get into the lower places, you know? Actually might come in handy. You don't really see many dwarfs anymore. They're not as cool as they used to be. Back in the day when, was it like the 80s, late 80s, early 90s? I was a young lad. It was like Willow and shit. Like there was like a series of dwarf movies that just came out. I was like, dwarfs are so in. Mike and Smurfs power washing. They would be airborne when using the washer. Yeah, right. Those things are so powerful, the dwarf would be up in the air. Mike would have to fucking like get a long pole with a hook and rein in the dwarf. It's just flying around in the air. You know what's always crazy to me? Like, you can't say midget, right? Like, you're not supposed to say that, but you can say dwarf. And I feel like dwarf is way worse than midget. You know, like, if you were a little person's the right way to say it. What would be worse, dwarf or you can't say both? I don't know. But I feel like midget's like the N-word to dwarves, right? Like, I feel like dwarf is worse because dwarf is hilarious. It's such a funny word. You know, you hear dwarf, you think something like Lord of the Rings, one of those crazy-ass movies with, like, sorcerers and shit. You hear midget, you don't think any of that shit. Uh-oh.
Crash was somehow... Bottom of it so that it does not happen again.
Okay, here we go. The media. We're going to end on the media. Okay, you guys ready for this? Weights to hold down the ladder. Oh my God. And if there's any dwarves in the chat, take no offense. We're goofing around. We're just being silly. Walter White and the Seven Dwarves. 7 drug smuggling dwarves. A dwarf can drive a large pickup truck. They can be in air traffic control. We're never going to forget this stream, guys. It's just we're never going to forget it. We're always going to be like, hey, remember that stream with the dwarves? Remember that crazy fucking weird ass stream? We went all over the place. Hitler, Brendan Schaub, dwarves, everything.
It's absolutely unacceptable. But I want to echo what the Transportation Secretary and you, Mr. President, said.
These damn dwarves. You know, I just want to piggyback off of what the last two said. These fucking dwarves.
Because it pertains to the DOD as well. We will have the best and brightest.
You know what the DOD is? Dwarf on dash, dwarf over dare. Dwarf on dick, dick on dwarf. Dad, a dwarf.
In every position possible. As you said in your inaugural, it is colorblind and merit-based. The best leaders possible, whether it's flying Black Hawks and flying airplanes, leading platoons, or in government. The era of DEI is gone at the Defense Department, and we need the best and brightest, whether it's in our air traffic control.
Let's be honest, guys. Clearly the whites are firing back at the minorities. That's all I see. Bunch of whites. I mean, he's not wrong, but it's just, I don't know. That's all I see, you know? Like, if I was a black guy watching this, I'd be like, You know what I'm saying? But I'm a white guy, so I can laugh at it. Are any black guys in the chat laughing at this? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. It's just, what's going on here? He's not wrong, but, you know.
Control, or whether it's in our generals, or whether it's throughout government. So thank you for your leadership and courage on that, sir, and we'll stand by you on it. Thank you.
Okay, that's right.
JD, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. I just want to reemphasize something the President said, and you've heard from the Secretary of Transportation and of Defense. There really was a whole of government response.
Kind of looks like Chucky, right? Doesn't he look like Chucky a little bit? The doll, the killer doll?
We're all on the phone. We were all communicating yesterday, trying to get to the bottom of this immediately, but also try to communicate with the American people about what happened. Something the President said that I think bears reemphasizing, which is that when you don't have the best standards in who you're hiring, it means, on the one hand, you're not getting the best people in government, but on the other hand, it puts stresses on the people who are already there.
All the fucking dwarves out there are just like, oh, fucking Johnny. Fucking Johnny Dwarf. Well, yeah, one bed dwarf. You know, we could all fucking tell a helicopter where to fly, but fucking Johnny up there in the tower. He makes one mistake, and now no more dwarves.
There. And I think that is a core part of what President Trump is going to bring and has already brought to Washington, D.C. is we want to hire the best people because we want the best people at air traffic control, and we want to make sure we have enough people at air traffic control who are actually competent to do the job. If you go back to just some of the headlines over the past 10 years, you have many hundreds of people suing the government because they would like to be air traffic controllers, but they were turned away because of the color of their skin. That policy ends under Donald Trump's leadership because safety is the first priority of our aviation industry.
It really is crazy to me to think of, like, someone can score higher on a test or something like that, but they're too white for the job. That's fucking nuts. It's crazy to me. Like, I mean, as much as I joke around about all this stuff, it is a little nuts. Like, I don't get it. That shit does have to go. That diversity stuff is a little nuts.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President, on DEI and the claims that you've made, are you saying this crash was somehow caused and the result of diversity hiring? And what evidence have you seen to support these claims?
It just could have been. We have a high standard.
He's black. It was a black woman. It was a black lesbian woman dwarf. Tell them to fly right into the plane. This black lesbian dwarf retard woman God, why can't he just say that? You know, I mean, if he could, he would, right?
Standard. We've had a much higher standard than anybody else. And there are things where you have to go by brain power, you have to go by psychological quality, and psychological quality is a very important element of it. These are various very powerful tests that we put to use, and they were terminated by Biden, and Biden went by a standard that's the exact opposite. So we don't know, but we do know that you had two planes at the same level. You had a helicopter and a plane. That shouldn't have happened, and we'll see.
Okay, so they wouldn't be saying all this unless there was like some sort of minority or something like that. I don't know. They wouldn't be hammering this home if it wasn't for the majority of the people who were barking out the orders falling under this demographic, I guess, right? See, Laquanda at the clock at the tower. Little Laquanda, the retarded dwarf, should have gave the job to the taller white woman. But little Laquanda,
we're going to look into that, and we're going to see. But certainly for an air traffic controller, we want the brightest, the smartest, the sharpest. We want somebody that's psychologically superior. And that's what we're going to have. Yeah.
Superior.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Mr. President, you mentioned at the top of the briefing that there were several Russian nationals on the flight.
Yes.
Will the U.S. government be willing to facilitate the transfer of their remains, considering the fact there is no direct air travel between the two countries?
What do you do? The remains and send it back to Russia? Jesus Christ. Like, do you put it in a nice box? Like, what do you do? That's fucking terrible. What do you put that in? I guess you gotta get like coffins or something, or urns, or I don't know what the fuck. What do you do? Oh, it's crazy.
We've already been in contact with Russia, and the answer is yes, we will facilitate. Yes.
I hope they don't hire the wrong people to pack up all the body parts. Imagine they screw that up too.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. The situation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo is getting worse, even though President John Lorenzo has been mediating the.
Yeah, that's what we were saying before, because people were looking out the window and just watching a helicopter fly right at them. You know they saw that, and think about the sound too. The helicopter must have been pretty fucking loud on its way in. Dude, that must have been insane. There were people on that plane that saw the impact, probably survived the impact, plummeted down to fucking freezing cold water. Like, I mean, we're talking horrific shit. It really is. It's fucking crazy, man.
Conflict between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo, because he wants to bring peace and stability. The situation is really bad right now. I want to hear from Ms. President if you have any plan in the future to bring peace in the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Rwanda.
Yes, the peace is more white people.
And it is a very serious problem, I agree, but I don't think it's appropriate right now to talk about it, but it is a very serious problem.
I mean, yeah, kind of talking about something else.
We don't even yet know the names of the 67 people who were killed, and you are blaming Democrats and DEI policies and air traffic control and seemingly the member of the U.S. military who was flying that Black Hawk helicopter. Don't you think you're getting ahead of the investigation right now?
No, I don't think so at all. I don't think with the names of the people, you mean the names of the people that are on the plane, you think that's going to make a difference?
Does it comfort their families
They
to
are
hear you
a
blaming
group of
DEI
people that have lost their lives. If you want a list of the names, we can give you that. We'll be giving that very soon. We're in coordination with American Airlines. We're in coordination very strongly, obviously, with the military. But I think that's not a very smart question.
But are you
I'm surprised coming from you.
Are you blaming
Hey, little turkey. Yeah, baby. Twerk for me. Making me horny for all that Thanksgiving dinner. Fill up that hole and put that stuffing up in her. Now twerk on my plate and make me feel like a winner. But pass me the mash, I wanna smash that turkey ass. Fill up my plate with all that turkey twerking sass. Sexy turkey twerking, it's so hot as the AC working. Pass that gravy, pour it, jerk it. Tell that turkey don't stop twerking.
Talk turkey to me. Pour that gravy on me. Yeah, baby. My turkey breasts are so juicy. Play with my drumsticks. Yeah. Fist me with stuffing, baby. Yeah.
I'm getting heart surgery and I asked my doctor her education and she said she is black. Then I asked her experience and she said she is gay. Seems safe and diverse.
Who the fuck is Drinky Crow? Thank you for the $69 donation, the $50. Who is Drinky Crow? Are you in the chat? Dude, that is phenomenal, bro. That song hits really weird under the influence. Like it kind of I got absorbed in that song.
Why minoxidil does not work
He's putting YouTube
for bald spots. As I've gotten older, I have noticed my hair.
He puts Oh, I can't play it. He puts a link to something in there, but it's like music. I can't fucking play it. Dude, thank you, bro. Who is Drinky, bro? Drinky Crow. That was fantastic. Dude, phenomenal. What a donation that was. Legend. Man, Jessica, wake up tomorrow. I'll be like, Jess, you won't believe it. We did a little silly gummy gang. And these people are going fucking batshit crazy. Whoever the hell that was, thank you. Thank you very, very much. It's kind of weird because I don't even know who that was. OG Johnny Tight Lips. I think... What the fuck? I think Bryce is getting too much hate for his comments. Oh, we could have used you earlier. Please don't tell me you got a man bun. No, it's not a man bun. A man bun flips. That's what a man bun does. This doesn't like flip and go underneath. I like to call this the tickle tail, or let's call it the moss bun, even though it's not a bun. Get your shirts. They're in the store. Moss was on a half mongrel recording. That Turkey Twerk was fun. That was a good one. No, that was a fun one. There's been a couple of arguments between me and Jess in creation of songs. What's it called? That was one of them. I was like, come on, man. Loosen up. I don't think I get her to do it now. Bam. To each their own. That's right. That's correct. I identify as a samurai. Actually, no. The reason why I have it's a lot cheaper. Could just buzz the sides. I could just pull it back. And I look like a warrior. What were you on your pat? Wait, when you done MMA-Holes in the crowd? Were you on your pat when you done MMA-Holes in the crowd? My pat? What's my pat? Were you on your pat? I don't know what that means. Come on, get loud, MMA-Holes in the crowd. It's catchy, though. You gotta admit, that's a catchy one. He's getting ahead of the situation. Trump does not even know the whole truth. And he's blaming Obama and the next Clinton and Carter and... Easy. No, he definitely had a hit. It was that person that he mentioned earlier. Whoever the hell that was. That former mayor or whatever the fuck. Yeah, he was going after that guy. He put out a hit on that dude. I bet Giuliani was raging at Bryce comments and still didn't see any of his content about it. Well, I still didn't see. Yeah, I didn't. Did he post? I saw his ex. I showed some of his ex reposts. But he hasn't. I don't know. I don't think he put a video out. Oh, the Jews. Poor Jews. Victims. Oh. You know, probably a lot of that. That dono is Sean Hart. Yeah, come on, get loud. MMA-Holes in the crowd. That's the thing, man. On your own, Pat Malone. Oh, Pat Malone? Were you on your Pat Malone? I don't even know who that is. I don't know. Jews. Coming at you from the oven. Jews, victims.
Please.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you for being here. Based on your analysis so far, do you have a sense of who is at fault? If it was the plane, the helicopter, air traffic control, and can you assure people that it is safe to fly in and out of D.C.?
Well, I've given you the analysis, and the analysis was it was based on vision. You had a lot of people that saw what was happening. You had some people that knew what was happening. There was some
you can't release the names of the people in that tower. Their lives will be hell. Right? So there's a reason why he's not saying the names of these people. Like, people will literally try to destroy their lives. But could you imagine if eventually someone's going to find out who the hell was running that tower? Oh, my God, dude. You don't want to be in that room.
Some warnings, but the warnings were given very, very late. You know, those warnings were given very late. It was almost as they were given. A few seconds later, there was the crash. It should have been brought up earlier. But the people in the helicopter should have seen where they were going. I can't imagine people with 20/20 vision not seeing, what's happening up there. Again,
I mean, it is unacceptable. If you have no recording of them at the appropriate time saying, hey, get the fuck out of the way. If it's like really, like he says, last minute, whatever, when it's too late for the helicopter to get off route. If they're actually, I mean, if that's the case, well, Jesus. And if anyone produced that audio, let me know, because I do want to hear it. I mean, it's going to be disturbing, but I want to hear it.
It shouldn't have been at the same height. You're going in reverse directions or sideways directions. Obviously, you want to be at different heights. I see it all the time when I'm flying. You have planes going in the opposite. They're always lower. We're higher.
Great word. Did I say unexceptionable? I probably did. I probably did say that. I'm kind of an unexceptionable person.
Somehow there's a screw up. There's not going to be a tragedy.
That's a tough word to say. Unexceptionable. That's tough.
It'll be close, but there's never going to be a tragedy if you're at a different elevation. For whatever reason, they were at the same elevation. And also, from the American Airlines standard, he's along the track that every plane is along. You say, what was a helicopter doing in that track? It's very sad. It doesn't
make sense.
But visually, somebody should have been able to see. And
that, I mean, he's kind of, it's pissing me off because he's right. Like, it's fucking annoying. Like, what, can we talk to this person? Like, what's the reasoning?
Taking that helicopter out of play, and they should have been at a different height.
Thank you, sir. You mentioned the Russians that were on board that plane. What other nationalities were on board that passenger
There
jet?
were
the Gooks. He just starts.
A couple of others. We're going to be announcing it in about an hour. We have some very specific information. We're calling the countries. We've spoken to most of them, but there were.
Oh my God, you know what? Okay, it's starting to sound like a terrorist attack. It's starting to sound like that. So people saying that this is there's something else behind it. Now that I'm listening to this, I mean, what's going on here? Something is not fucking right. If that plane had international passengers, it sounds like some sort of, you know what I'm saying? They want all the countries representing the people on those planes to be like, these fucking Americans, Dude, it's kind of crazy to think about. Like, think about this. If you're going to do a terrorist attack, why not turn everyone against each other? You have a plane full of people, international, all different countries. All those countries are going to look at America and be like, how do you let something like that happen? Fucking hell, dude. It's creepy. I mean, you know, these people are dead. It's terrible to be talking this. China. Yeah. This is a weird one, man. This is a really weird one. This is definitely not a one to be entertaining while you're half a gummy in.
Some other countries represented.
Spoken to President Putin?
I have not, no. Not about this.
I talk to him about gambling.
You've already issued an executive order. You say will restore aviation safety.
Right.
This crash happened after that. Was the executive order successful, and what more needs to change to keep people safe?
Well, you know, we issued it 3 days ago, and we're in the process of making those changes. This is something that should have been done a long time ago. Actually, my original order should have never been changed, and I think maybe you wouldn't have had this problem. Maybe. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. We see like everyday life that very often those diversity hires cause sometimes issues, as you just mentioned. So what plan do you have? Are we going to see some fire? Are you going to fire some of those diversity hire in the federal
What are you doing here? It should be a white guy asking me this.
government? What plan do you have?
I would say the answer is yes. If we find that people aren't mentally competent, you see the language. The language is put out by them. And if you see that, I'm not going to bore you by reading it again, but these are not people that should be doing this particular job. They'd be very good for certain jobs, but not people that should be doing this particular job.
Crazy. It's a weird angle, man.
Mr. President, you have today blamed the diversity elements, but then told us that you weren't sure that the controllers made any mistake. You then said perhaps the helicopter pilots were the ones who made the mistake.
It's all under investigation.
I understand that. That's why I'm trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity
It was Diddy.
had something to do with this crash.
Because I have common sense, okay? And unfortunately, a lot of people don't. We want brilliant people doing this. This is a major chess game at the highest level.
Because they're all not white. I know each and every one of them in that control tower. They're not above the height of 2 feet 3 inches. Well, that's a little too short. They're below dwarf size.
When you have 60 planes coming in during a short period of time, and they're all coming in different directions, and you're dealing with very high-level computer work and very complex computers. And one of the other things I will tell you is that the systems that were built, I was going to rebuild the entire system, and then we had an election that didn't turn out the way it should have. But they didn't build the systems properly. They spent a lot of money renovating a system, spending much more money than they would have spent if they bought a new system for air traffic controllers, meaning the computerized systems. There are certain companies that do a very good job. They didn't use those companies. They used companies that should not have been doing it. No, I think it's very important to understand that for some jobs, and not only this, but air traffic controllers, they have to be at the highest level of genius. Okay.
I want to ask you about the ice skaters in a moment because the U.S. Ice Skating Committee was affected. But first, if I can, the cited FAA text that you read is real, but the implication that this policy is new or that it stems from efforts that began under President Biden or the Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is demonstrably false. It's been on the FAA's
Who said
website.
That, you?
No, it's on the website, the FAA's website. It was there in 2013. It was there for the entirety.
What I read.
It was there for the entirety of your administration
Nice and
too.
easy.
So my question is, why didn't you change the policy during your first administration?
I did change it. I changed the Obama policy, and we had a very good policy. And then Biden came in, and he changed it. And then when I came in 2 days, 3 days ago, I signed a new order, bringing it to the highest level of intelligence. Okay.
It was on the website.
Please. Quiet.
Welcome back to the. Sorry. You mentioned that a vision was probably the problem that was at issue in this crash. There's been some reports that one of the pilots in the helicopter may have been using night vision equipment. Was there any
I heard
indication?
that. We don't know. We're going to know that pretty soon. It may change your view plane if you do have the night vision. So it's very possible that could have happened. That
Fucking hell, dude.
Buffer's gonna scream at you, be mean to you. If you don't like it, make it known he's not keen of you. Supper's too cold, not done right, slap a fool. Hot so big, girls drool for the tool. Failed out of school, Buffer's gonna scream at you. Unkept fool, Buffer's gonna scream at you. Netflix not renewed, Buffer's gonna scream at you. KEWL is not how you spell cool. Gonna scream. Wrong drugs in the mule, Buffer's gonna scream. Ran out of fuel, Buffer's gonna scream. Objection overruled, Buffer's gonna scream. Buffer's gonna scream. Buffer's gonna scream.
What the fuck, dude? That's crazy.
Hail King Ragnar, shave your head already. Thomas Spinal gonna win. Good show, Holes.
Thank you so much, Drinky Cow. Dude, Drinky Cow has been dropping bombs. I have no idea who this is. Who is Drinky Cow? Dude, you're phenomenal. Phenomenal. Drinky Cow is the reason why we're still going strong here. I mean, Jesus Christ. These donations have been fucking epic. D-Rest, Drinky Cow. I don't know what's going on here, but I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much. You are a fucking legend. Now look at Trump's face. Look at his, when that donation came on, this is the face he made. He was like, what? Bro, say it ain't so. Let's go, guys. You guys are fucking crazy. Tomorrow, I'm going to greet Jesse. I'm going to say, Jesse, I woke up the kids for a reason. The people wanted it. They wanted the gummy gang. And look at this. They put their money where their mouth is. They put their money where my cock is. They wrapped it around my cock. Absolute, man. WWs, baby. WWs for Drinky Crow 3114. Phenomenal.
That would be maybe a reason why you wouldn't actually see as well as on a clear night. You can see sometimes better without it.
Shit.
Had a couple of more.
Isn't it crazy, though? He loves this, though. He loves being in front of all these people screaming for his time. Messed up, Bryce. He's like, yeah, that's right, motherfuckers. I'm the captain now.
Mr. President, is it helpful to have your Secretary of Transportation confirmed, and does this intensify your interest in getting other nominees confirmed quickly?
Go to what?
Is it helpful to have your Secretary of Transportation confirmed, and does this intensify your interest in getting other nominees confirmed quickly as well?
Well, sure. We want fast confirmations, and the Democrats, as you know, are doing everything they can to delay them. They've taken too long. We're struggling to get very good people that everybody knows are going to be confirmed.
These poor people are dead, and Jessie told me I was special, but she literally is in the Special Face song. She is very special, Jess, because her attention's short, bust to outer space, mind in a special place. GSP abducted me. I'm from an alien race. Special Face. Special Face. When those donations hit and I'm under the influence, like that last buffer's going to scream, it's like an outer body experience. Do you guys have that? Do any of you guys have the outer body experience? Are anyone else edibled up or drunk?
Sausage, 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 F you don't block my sausage. Sausage, sausage, D-West. Touch my sausage at the house of waiter Schnitzel while he cook the sausage. Sausage, 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 hands on my sausage.
Thank you, Ed Boy. You just hit me over the head with a sausage. If you're coming in late, we got the sausage belt, courtesy of the Hearns, being sent out. And the goat milk strap going to Jeremy Stutz, last year's winner. But to the people coming in, maybe a little bit late, that's Bryce Mitchell. Hold on a second. Discord. Bryce Mitchell. The great Bryce Mitchell. I'm going to be debuting what's it called? The new studio for Fight Buddies on Saturday morning. It's going to be phenomenal. You're going to love it. You're gonna love it. Where was it? MMA-Holes art? Yeah. Took me a second to find it. Yeah, but the sausage, Fuqua Friday, money belt going to the great sausage. What a belt. He gets the first design. And there's the goat milk strap. Beautiful. I wonder where they sent the other two belts. It'd be great like if another MMA hole got it. But I don't know where they sent them. Weird dono vid. Yeah, it's kind of creepy, right? That GIF, the reason why we did that was Sausage made that GIF. And that AI song was around when he was alive. So I just felt it was fitting. That was his GIF. And now it lives on forever. But it is creepy, right? It kind of creeps me out a little bit. Like the ANZALONE one's like super powerful. The sausage one's like, I don't know, it creeps me out. Maybe it's just the GIF. I don't know. The whole thing creeps me out a little bit. You know what else creeps me out too? Ellie's favorite cat, her little stuffed animal cat. That's her favorite stuffed animal is the one Sausage gave her. It's weird. She's got so many stuffed animals, but that one specific is her favorite. She doesn't go anywhere with it. She named it Tommy, the cat. She doesn't go anywhere without it. And when I look at it every time, I think of Sausage. And I have fond memories. And then I also get very creeped out because I feel like he's like here. I'm like looking at that thing. I'm like, are you in that? Like, is there a sausage in that cat? That sounded weird. But yeah, that's her favorite toy. And it's like, I said this before, I'll say it again. All I think about, you prick. Like, you would have loved that. You would have loved to know that. You know, that Ellie, like you gave something to her and it stands out from all of her toys. But get you fucking off yourself before. Like, it drives me nuts to think about that. I can't stop thinking about it. Is there a sausage in that cat? I mean, right? Is there a fucking sausage in my cat? It's really cool, though. Yeah, it's cool. But my brain goes to dark places. My brain's fucked up. It's a fucked up brain. So now I think like sausage is like haunting me. And just like, shut up. She's like, don't even bring that up. She's like, that's so morbid. I'm like, I don't know. I think he's in that cat. Should I steal it out of her room? So like, she's probably sleeping in the bed, right? And there's like a sausage in her bed. She loves that thing. Doesn't go anywhere without it. Anyway, that's all Ed Boy's fault. Thank you, Ed Boy. Appreciate you, man. Ed Boy.
But we're struggling to get them out faster. We want them out faster. It's a good question, actually. We've been pushing Sean. Everyone knows Sean for a long time. He got many, many Democrat votes, but they want to take as long as they can. They ask questions like some of the questions that Peter would ask that were totally irrelevant and not very good questions, but they want to just keep it going. They want to keep it going as long as possible. I was very honored, actually, that you got so many Democrat votes. That was really good. That was really good.
When I apply to meet with the families, and second question, is it your impression that military training was done during that time?
The what?
The training that the helicopter was involved in. Is it anything you can tell us about
You
that?
don't know. These are the things that...
Wait, was it a training? Was it a training flight? Did I hear that correctly?
We'll come up with the investigation. You don't know, but the helicopter obviously was in...
4 hours and 20. I'm telling you, those fucking donations that came in, I should go all 20. I should go as, what was it, 12 hours? I should go as long as I possibly can, man. With all the support we've gotten tonight, man. You guys like power me. You're like my energy drink.
In the wrong place at the wrong time, and a tragedy occurred. Please.
Wrong place, wrong time, tragedy occurred. Was it a training thing? That's fucking crazy.
I've got a question about the...
No, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've been critical of the current regulations and you've called for big reforms at FAA. I'm curious, sir,
I made the reforms, actually.
What is your message?
3 days ago, I made them.
Yes, sir. What is your message then to the American public in the weeks and months ahead? Should they feel hesitant to fly.
He's got crazy eyebrows. Never noticed that before. Check these eyebrows out. Fantastic eyebrows. Giant, fluffy, presidential eyebrows. Look at those things. Jesus Christ. I've never noticed that before. We got things like that running around in the desert over here. They're phenomenal. They're like giant millipede looking things. He's got them on his face. What the fuck? Look at those. Does anyone in the chat have fucking eyebrows like that? That's amazing eyebrows. They're fucking huge. He's very orange, yeah. I don't know how he gets to that. A lot of carrots. I just sprayed tan. It's crazy, though. Look at those things.
And if you could clarify perhaps something that the defense secretary said when he said that this helicopter was on a continuity of government mission.
This is wild. Look at this. He wants to go to bed. He's so tired.
I don't know what that refers to.
We should watch all the videos like this. What do you guys think? Like press conferences, media scrums, just right up in their face.
But they were practice.
Is there a clearer? Let's see. What are we on? 720. Let's pump this up to 1080. Oh yeah, that's good. That's good right there.
Practicing. They do that. They call it practicing, and they were, and that's something that should be done. It's only continuity in the sense that we want to have very good people, and that has to be in continuity, and that's what they refer to. But it was basically practice, and it was a practice that worked out very, very badly. Okay.
Oh yeah, point. He loves doing the slow point. You. Yeah, J. Michael. People donated like stupid money, so we're like, all right, let's keep the party going. Let's keep it going. These people want it. They want the content. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to deliver it. You know why?
Mystic.
Here to deliver the content.
Yes, on his question, the first question, should people be hesitant to fly right now?
No.
Yes, I would be. I'm terrified of flying as it is, and then this shit happens?
Not at all. I've not hesitated to fly. This is something that it's been many years that something like this has happened.
Yeah, it's been like 15 years, right? Some shit.
And the collision is just something that we don't expect ever to happen again. We are going to have the highest level people. We've already hired some of the people that you've already hired.
Look at these beautiful white tall people.
For that position, long before we knew about this. I mean, long before.
No trannies.
From the time I came in, we started going out and getting the best people because I said it's not appropriate what they're doing. I think it's a tremendous mistake. You know, they like to do things and they like to take them too far, and this is sometimes what ends up happening. Now, with that, I'm not blaming the controller. I'm saying there are things that you could question, like the height of the helicopter and the height of the plane being at the same level and going in opposite directions. It's not a positive. But no, we're already hiring people. No, flying is very safe. We have the safest flight.
My God. I couldn't imagine the sound. Anyone got the audio of that shit? Moss. Bam, bam, bam. I can go for some spaghetti. How about you guys? A nice dish of spaghetti. You know what I'm saying? All right, I can get out of here. What am I doing? It's been crazy. You guys want to add anything to this before I go? A nice big dish of spaghetti. Wouldn't that be nice right now? I'm about to go buy a pizza. Damn, what time is it for you? It's 11:30 here. Man, that'd be great. A slice of pizza would be phenomenal right now. You'll get that shit over here. Give me some pizza. Yeah, pizza's good. Only logical conclusion, the chopper pilot was on PCP and thought the plane was a Martian drone. Yeah. Yeah, maybe it was the drones. maybe it was the fucking drones. All those drones in the sky. I don't know, man. Well, once I hear more, I'm definitely gonna do more shit on this because this is fascinating. But I gotta go, guys. Thank you guys for watching, especially whoever the hell Drinky Crow is. Let me know. Slide to my DMs or something. You are the man. D-Rest the man. Everyone that donated tonight. Ed Boy, I see you. Optimistically. Whoever I missed. Phenomenal human beings. But we must go. And tomorrow we'll probably do like an earlier just preview of the card that's coming down. Saudi Arabia. Good one early on Saturday. Get your picks in on MMA-Holes.tv. Phenomenal night. Phenomenal. Hit the like button, guys. Good night.
Mystic. 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 Perfect predictions. Always right, meta intimidated. That his hair is so tight. Perfect beard. Beautiful wife. He's all about that. MMA-Holes life. He is mystic. Mystic. Now hit that like. Mystic Moss is about to call some fights, asking crazy questions to champion fighters, eating edibles and pulling all night. Started the genre, started up some drama. If your wife looks at him too long, she'll wanna be his baby mama. Clam to clam, dick to dick. His name is Mystic. Moss. Mystic. Mouse.